No more. Hold on. Okay, so I need to explain myself as we start this stream. We were going to be left to speculate what was going on screen, but now everything's great. Everything's fine. We're doing well. We're doing very well here. We're gonna start lowing Gay 2024, which is also June, with some alpha bracket action. My name's Nito. I'm joined with Seth, and the good news is that we're also joined with the game stream. So
yeah, you can actually see what's happening. Yeah. Happy Pride Month, Nito. Happy Pride Month.
Oh, I'm priding these months, all right. Doing very good here.
Okay, that's good. Well, listen, so as we speculate what's going down here between Celestial and Adjusted Diamond, I'm not sure what division Adjusted Diamond got put into for Ludi, or if they're even playing in Ludi, but I know for a fact that Celestial got Division 6 this time around for Season 15. So kind of, what are we considering to be the cusp? Is Division 4 the cusp?
This is changes. It changes, yeah. So I think every time we get to a different lowing, and every time we get to a different Ludi season, it's always like, oh, well, it's diff for this. It's diff for the height here. Or we're looking at like, I don't know. It's always different, and I think it depends on the amount of. It depends on the amount of strength in one division. So I think, I don't know, Division 4 might still be it, but I'm looking at high end Div 4 now instead of like, I don't know, a lot of words, but I think high end Div 4 is we're starting to look at a cusp, but we'll see what both of these teams, if they can.
What does high end Div 4 mean?
I don't really know. What do any of these words mean? I just say high end Div 4 and I assume like, okay, you're probably gonna go like what, 4-1, 5-0 in the season. You could be that good. Maybe these teams are. Hold on. Okay, so is that a Dreadringer? That is okay. Hold on.
It sure is. And listen. I believe. I want to say. I don't know. Remember, but I want to say. I thought that Pick Pickles was a one trick, but actually, I was thinking of ROLLIE on the opposite side for Adjusted Diamond. Or no, for Celestial, excuse me. ROLLIE on Celestial there in the midsection. They are a blaster extraordinaire, but also they not one trick, but like the one bucket that they play in Master is the Dreadringer. So I thought that that's who we were looking at, but it turns out we actually have two Dreadringers in our midst as Adjusted Diamond makes Celestial makes a really statement here, taking us into our first 40 seconds into the game.
And Celestial is going in almost all guns blazing here. We're already up to 50 points remaining. Celestial is they're all in right now, and I think with the positioning and the way Adjusted Diamond's been struggling to get themselves in, because you find yourself in this staggered position, or they've been finding themselves in the staggered position throughout the rest of the match, so this could very well be the opening statement Celestial needed. Doing very well here, going down to 15 ticks remaining. I think this could be game set if they can get this extra pick, and they do. They're just gonna make it a game.
Yeah, it easily staggered Adjusted Diamond, like right at the start. I mean, and you saw in like those final moments that I think it was Pickles trying to jump back into the map, and the Kraken was just like, okay, you can, but like you're not gonna find any value out of this jump. Sorry about it. So, I mean, what a strong opening game from Celestial.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is...
What are you speculating over there? Are you speckling?
Speckling. Wait, hold on. Okay, so we went from speculating, and now we have invented... Is this... No, okay. I don't know if this counts as story time, but every time I play Scrabble, a new word is invented, and I look it up, and it turns out that word is invented 500 plus years ago. So is this one of those Scrabble words I can pull out in front of my friends later?
It could be, or just like in Words with Friends when you would play like QI, like key, and you'd slap it on that triple letter score with the Q. Oh, it's diabolical lick.
Diabolical lick. I mean, I don't know. This low ink, I've been hearing a lot of phrases I haven't heard in a long while. There's a team out there called I Just Want to Rollie, and I'm like, dude, that is like 2016 top 40 music that you hear on the radio, and I'm like, dude, you
Wait,
still remember this?
What is that?
Oh, okay. This Popgun was talking about apparently with Popgun, and he's. Okay, yeah. So
what is the song though? What's the song?
Okay, so this one I actually put in my notes. It's a song by Ao and Teo, I think. The song itself is called Rolex. It came out in 2017 apparently. I think that's a lie because I remember it being much older than that, but yeah, as you can see, I think Mr. Popgun is going to be struggling. Well, I mean, he's on the next block. We'll see how he does with then, but...
You're telling me...
I don't know, Seth. Do you want a rollie?
That's what I do. See, Nito, this is what I appreciate about you, is that you're taking notes. Thinking about this very deeply, because I like that you're like, well, in my notes...
I have to keep tabs on a lot of things, and most of it is actual information, which, by the way, Celestial and Adjusted Diamond were in the same group yesterday. They were in the same group yesterday. Celestial placed just above Adjusted Diamond, which is, again, an example of the good notes I have. And then there's other notes, like one of them that just says, I had to look up where that song came from because I haven't heard that song in years.
Yeah, I was like, I don't even know what that is. Like, what are you saying to me right now? And then, thank you, Inky, for pulling up that tweet from Mrs. Popgun. That's really funny.
It's times like these where I don't know if I'm a little baby, and then sometimes I'll reference some 80s movie on stream, and then I'm like, oh, and all of a sudden I'm a boomer now. Well, guess what? 20 seems... The year, being 20 years old seems to be that magical point between both of us. So, enough about me either being a boomer or a baby. We're gonna move on to game 2. Clam Blitz. I almost said barnacle. Clap leg capital.
Bargle.
Bargle.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, Clam Blitz here. Wow. I really actually am a fan of what Celestial is trying to do. Especially because, like, consistently in that last game, for like the 2 snippets of it that we did get to see, because you kind of blink and you miss it. But I really appreciate Ace coming in here, the Umbrella Extraordinaire for Celestial. I believe they 5-starred all of the umbrellas in this game.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so I really like how just kind of seeing them walk through here with this Tentrella coming out, because I think I mean, I don't know, really, realistically, there's not too much painting power in comparison to Adjusted Diamond here. But as I say that though, they still have 2 specials online, and like the defensive maneuvering and posturing that they have is insane.
Yeah, I mean the way Z is it really just CZ? Is that what we're looking at? Anyway, the 52 gal is the way the 52 gal pops that special there, and the way they keep moving around and using. They might be using that killer whale to see where all those players are ahead of them, and I like the way this 52 cal is sinking and constantly moving as well, because obviously in a game like Splatoon, you're going to be constantly moving around. So this is, I like the gameplay I'm seeing from actually just the Diamond, but Celestial is going to be the one trying to make a push here, and if anything, Solar's going to be leading the way. Has a wipeout for Celestial,
wow,
and they're going to get the first points on the board.
Yeah, what a great opening push there. Again, like, team synergy like this is really hard to come by, so the fact that Solar was able to utilize the tent shield coming out from Ace to provide safe passage to that opening pop was great, especially since we still have clams to spare. Not enough time for it to get them in there, unfortunately, so we are going to stop at the 53 mark for Celestial and lose 2 members in the process. You can see Pickles coming in, taking 1 more there on the overhead view with the Dreadringer, and it looks like Adjusted Diamond might be ready to make a response here, Nito.
Pickles making the pick, taking out those pickles on the side. Also, Celestial, Adjusted Diamond, actually going 2 players down. Solar might be in for another few huge picks here, but ultimately going to decide to stay behind this wall, give themselves a bit more cover as they do get 1 player going down on either side. Pickles is back getting a few more picks on the Pickles on the side of Celestial, but Adjusted Diamond is going to be the ones getting picked off themselves. Those gosh darn Pickles. Rowie is currently using the Kraken, try to get a few more picks on the board, but it's going to go back to a neutral battle to see which of these teams can get themselves back into the game. Rowie actually gets one impressive pick there, nearly gets another one, but that's going to be Darks with the dualies able to get the assist there.
Now, I'm wondering, are they baby dills or are they like the butter crisps? You know what I'm talking about? Like, what kind of pickles are we working with here? Where we can keep ourselves alive, but also keep finding ourselves in a trading position. And actually, Nito, that pick right there was really unfortunate because I believe that power clam holder actually dropped the ball off the map. So that was a huge loss in economy, I believe, for Celestial, but not really anything to be like frowning or upset about, considering the basket pop is now open again and 2 members of Adjusted Diamond are down.
I'm sorry, did you say butter crisps?
Like, what is the type of pickle? It's like butter something.
Do you put butter on pickles?
No, it's the name of a type of pickle.
Oh.
I'm looking it up. I have to know.
I know we're not supposed to have that many silent moments on stream, but I am astonished by what I'm hearing as we see
bread and butter pickles. Bread and butter pickles.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're okay. No, I'm gonna act like I heard about that, but we're currently a minute to go in this matchup. 2 players going down on the side of Celestial. Adjusted Diamond getting ready for a push of their own. They actually missed the power clam, I believe. I don't know, but the power clam doesn't quite make the basket. The Pickles actually gets struck down very quickly there. That was a 3v1. They had to meet out the other side of that reslider. But Celestial so far holding strong, and they're going to hold on to that lead.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Z was able to jump out of danger there. They were the last one standing, and being able to jump out and respawn in with your teammates was the correct call for Adjusted Diamond here, as they have another power clam online and the Pity to spare. So plenty to work with here. Not quite enough to really change the lead with what they have in their hand currently. But if they are able to take the fights here, like taking Ace out, that's going to be huge, especially because that shield that Solar's been kind of utilizing throughout the game is now going to be taken out of play here temporarily. But still, we're going to go into overtime, Nito. There's 2 power clans online. It's just a matter of, can Adjusted Diamond have enough to change the tides here?
And you're going to certainly need to find enough soon, because they are already, I think, quarter or third of the way into overtime, now halfway down. They've got 1 power clan to look forward to. The other one has been picked up. Vico's actually going to jump back. Pickle's going to try to give their team a few more jumps. It's overtime's quickly running down. Celestial's going to hold on, and that's going to be the game win for them, and also the set win, because that is going to be we're in a best of 3, and Celestial takes this one 2-0.
Yeah, Celestial moving on in a very flawless, like, best of 3. In fact, I definitely think Adjusted Diamond got it together in that second match and kind of tried to delay it out a little bit longer. However, just not, I guess, not well adjusted, if you will. Not adjusted enough, unfortunately.
Not adjusting those diamonds enough for them to appear like a celestial.
Whoa. Okay, are you okay? That's not...
I've been trying to come up with things, like funny, witty things to say on stream, and every time I come up with a stutter, I think what's gonna start happening is I just say things in a monotone voice and hope that everything comes out fine.
That reminds me, have you ever watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Yeah. That reminds me of the part with Charlie Day in that one episode where he's like, I do weird things.
The economy
I just do things.
Shambles. But that win, Celestial's going to be moving on and actually taking on Enchanting Aquatico, which we just got the result right now. That was very quick. Other round 2 match is going to be Big Fat Sea Cows versus Cherry Bomb and ULTRAKRILL versus Insomniac Central. Take a look at those 2 maps at the bottom half of round 2. That could, if we see Big Fat Sea Cows and ULTRAKRILL move on, that could actually be a rematch of what we saw yesterday on stream. Yeah,
and unfortunate. Look at that. Unfortunate there for the Whip Rays. The Whip Rays are doing pretty good this time around. Nito 4-2 heading into Alpha Bracket today. A short run for sure. However, still seeing their names on the round 1 screen. That's still got to be feeling good, considering last month they barely scraped the surface of trying to get into Alpha Bracket. So the fact that they found themselves here, even for a brief moment, that's huge improvement. But it's interesting to me that all of these games are very, very decided, like 2-0, easily decided in like a snap type of thing. So very big deciding game 3 here between All I Ever Wanted Was a Rollie and Bleak Sprutter. Is that what?
Bleak Sprutter.
Okay.
I think.
I like the accent that you put on it.
I feel...
It seems like it's supposed to be there.
Is it? It's... No, I'm not going to make any assumptions on stream. I'm going to be clipped and fact-checked at some point, so... Let's not.
You don't want to speculate more?
No, I'm not speculating.
That was a good one.
No, I mean that one wasn't actually in a monotone voice, which is what I liked. I came out with that one without. I nearly have to again. I came out with that one without stuttering, so we're doing pretty. We're doing great there. We're doing great. I mean, and now that you mentioned the Whip Rays, I want to talk about another team. I caught my eye. Big Fat Sea Cows is going to be having their. I think this is the best start and the best outcome for a CCA team since, I believe, I want to say Night Sharks, because that's the first thing that comes to mind. But since Night Sharks, or at least since then, Big Fat Sea Cows is currently on a roll here to go out fight. They're going to be facing Cherry Bomb in that next set. So I don't know. I like the way Big Fat Sea Cows is going, and I like the future that CCA has gotten here, because we already got Splat Scad, which is a Division 2 team in CCA. So they've already got themselves on the board with an Alpha Bracket appearance. Unfortunately, they do lose that match to ULTRAKRILL. I got it.
Got it. We're good. Okay, yeah. But did you say Big Fat Sea Cows, they were CCA folks and then rebranded to Big Fat Sea Cows, or what do you mean?
No. They've been a CCA team.
Okay. That's like been okay.
Yeah, so they've been around for, I just don't know how long of a while, but it's definitely been more than a standard while.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, getting to see their run yesterday through the group stage, I mean, 6-0. So like you said, I mean, huge start opening opening up yesterday and making it into Alpha Bracket today, going and moving on to round 2. But look at this is in Beta Bracket right now, Nito. Teletubbies Dorito 2-0 over No Pain. Going up against Inkception. Inkception and Inked Under are both really familiar, and it's still nice to see that the ASC branding is still being represented as well. That's nice. But I also want to point out this was a very I don't want to like it was like a lower registration. Like there's a lot less teams this time around than we've seen previous ones, and is that due to Ludi?
To an extent, yeah, just because I understand this is the regular season that's going on right now. I think once come playoffs, we might see a few more along the way. And I just actually looked into the results from other teams in terms of Alpha Bracket CCA teams. Ink Black is another thing that should have came to my mind because I know that one's more recent. But Ink Black, Night Sharks, Big Fat Sea Cows, those are going to be names you start hearing a lot in CCA circles, or even in lowing circles, honestly. But you talk about, you talk about CCA teams, and I'm going to mention RIT that just lost to Squid EST. And just the result came in as I was talking about them. They lost 2-1, and now they're going up against Determination 2. But oh my goodness, this is a commentator's curse that transcends the stream. That's incredible.
Yeah. So it's just happening to you, though. I'm chilling over here.
It's okay. I'll keep my job by the end of this stream, I promise.
And I was trying to remember. Oh yes, okay. Squid. I remember Squid EST. I was like, what? I was like, what is this group again? But I remember these players. That's really cool. Okay. Well, a big deciding game 3 between Squid EST and RIT Tiger Sharks. Still, though, Squid EST being the successors. And I think too, something to look at and pay attention to here. I like that Beta Bracket has had a little bit more struggle than we saw in Alpha Bracket. Alpha Bracket was very much like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It's over. It's done with. And you still see that here, especially at the top part of the bracket. But like, there's definitely a little bit more of like game deciding things happening in Beta Bracket.
And there's also the fact that once we get down to Beta and Game, this is with all brackets now. But with all brackets, there is a losers bracket just because of the lower amount of teams we're having this month. So some people do take this first round as a bit of a warm-up to where if we lose this one, we can still try to cruise on to this losers bracket and do just fine. If anything, at worst, you're testing the waters here, or at best, you're testing the waters here. And that was just a quick and easy loss. And at worst, losers bracket is going to be a little rough. But I do like that there is more competition in this beta bracket, just because that does mean that, I mean, much like what was it? ULTRAKRILL. ULTRAKRILL was the beta bracket winner from last month. So beta bracket is clearly more than capable of producing contenders.
Well, I also want to mention what's happening down in Gamma bracket too, because I really am a big fan of Hibiscus. They're a really cool group of folks, and especially I believe a couple of them were at LTC this year, including Yoko was there. And so I appreciate Hibiscus going against Nightmare next. They are successful in their round 1, moving on to round number 2. Flatline, unfortunately, having a bye, so kind of just hanging out in round 2 until Magical Cure or Bash make a decision of who's going to be moving on. And they're in a deciding game 3, too. So actually, Nito, we can just kind of pitch what we just said about Alpha and Beta bracket. The competition is actually happening here in Gamma bracket, because look at all of these 1-to-1s we have.
And I do want to point out Honor Bound, which took last month they took Seasick to a bracket reset, and Honor Bound is right back in Gamma bracket again. So this is going to be the I don't want to say do or die, but this is going to be the month where they have to win, because they got that so close to winning it. They take the winners bracket winner to a bracket reset. Honor Bound is certainly looking at this and thinking, okay, we need to come in and we need to make it less We need to make it less arbitrary, and this needs to be clear that we're going to just take this one home. And by the way, what is magical cure? Magical? Okay, no, now this is bothering me. Now I gotta look at this. Magical cure love shot is the full name. Huh?
Is this real life?
Or is it just fantasy?
Yeah, are we human or are we hamsters?
We caught in a landslide and without any escape from reality.
Okay, interesting.
Ooh.
Okay.
We got that one pretty fast, huh?
Yeah, we did. We got our next match, I believe, that we're going to be watching here up on Alpha Bracket. So thanks for taking a little tour with us through the brackets for a little bit. But looking up at the top, so here are your round 2 contestants. Moving on, round 1 of losers has already started. You can see Blood Moon already having great success against Kiwi Ice Cream as other games are underway. And Adjusted Diamond actually swiping a win off of Sonora, so that's great. But I believe next we are going to be watching Clairvoyance versus All I Ever Wanted Was a ROLLIE. So, we got the song. The band's back together. We did it.
Wait, what's the image behind Clairvoyance's roster? Learn to kill. 6 ways to gain confidence. Learn to kill. Learn to kill. Learn to kill. And apparently Clairvoyance has all 6 of those because. I'm sorry. No, I apologize. One of them apparently says evade tax evasion. Okay.
Tax evasion.
We have gone from being like a loading stream to one of those like financial advice Instagram accounts where it's like, invest in side hustles, invest in vending machines, learn to kill and evade your taxes. And eventually you might be on the same level. And eventually you might be on the same level as Bill Gates.
Yeah, Nito, I always told myself when I was younger and my parents that I want to be a millionaire when I grow up. And it's still true. And I think I need to take some of these ways to gain confidence, which includes learning to kill ×5 plus tax evasion. So I think we're off to a good start.
Is boxing the only way to kill?
And only with the left hook. We don't use the right hand at all.
Left jab, left jab, left jab. It's like I'm playing Punch-Out! And then eventually going to my 9-to-5 job at Tax Evasion Incorporated.
He's got really good posture.
I'll give him that. I mean...
You have to maintain healthy posture if you're going to evade your taxes, if you're going to evade the IRS. Having healthy posture could really help with that.
I would like to announce that the IPL stance on tax evasion is currently unclear for reasons I cannot disclose on stream, but what I can disclose on stream is that we're going to be starting off this second round of Alpha Bracket on Hagglefish.
Yes, go on.
Hagglefish Splat Zones. I forgot the zone. Oh man, this is this is gonna be a long comm block.
You're like, oh jeez, oh man,
geez, Rick.
Oh. Okay. Well, okay. So, wait. Actually, can we see? All I Ever Wanted Was a ROLLIE. Can we see their logo by chance? I want to know what that.
I thought you meant the entire video. I was like,
no. Yeah, can we watch the whole thing? You can turn the volume off. We can speculate what the words are.
Nah. Well, I mean, maybe. Well, if the video is shortened to about 10 seconds, then maybe. Because I think this match is getting... Yeah, the match is about to start. I mean, it's going to be Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. If we do get the image, that's going to be incredible, but we're only going to have it on screen for about a split second because that is Game 1 about to start. And, Clairvoyance, actually. Now, I'm going to bring this up before I forget, but Clairvoyance is going to be the team that finished third last month in Loink Alpha Bracket, and actually got a Dynamo there. I like that Dynamo pick. That's awesome, actually. Then we got another side. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of CRB nowadays, and that's totally understandable. That is one of the... I gotta say, that is one of the most... That's the most fun I've ever had with a blaster, and I don't usually play blasters.
Yeah, it's definitely a really fun weapon to get to add into the mix, and it's really nice to kind of see it be played more often, especially with the special sub combination that it has. But like you said, Clairvoyance getting third in Alpha Bracket last time, so looking to try to make a statement and do that again. But how can you do that when already, with opening statements being made, you have 2 members going down, and all I ever wanted was a ROLLIE is going to ROLLIE into the zone, and look at this, they're taking over the court.
That is very quick movement here. Actually, I like the movement here that this Doolies is showing, constantly at least keeping themselves, well, they're keeping themselves within poking distance, and I don't mean their own poking distance. Now Clairvoyance has an opportunity to take that Dooley onto a fight, and that gives this Dooley the advantage in that they're able to constantly see where their opponents are and where they're shooting, where you can spot those, and I think that's so, even if it's unintentional or not, I like that what ROLLIE is doing there as they try to get back control of the zone. They do actually get control back of the zone. This Kraken's going to try to make some moves here on the offensive side, but just quickly goes down to that slosher there.
Yeah, not enough time for the Kraken to really last to find any value out of it. And something too, I want to point out, Nito, I really feel splat zones can be so hit or miss with if you have a Kraken on your team, just because, especially if you're running Cooler as well, those are 2 specials that like you don't really have any paint with. So, and additionally, I guess like all I ever wanted was a ROLLIE is kind of making that known, considering we're down in the single digit marks for points here and still so much time left in the game for Clairvoyance to try to turn it around. And I think they can maybe do that here, now finding themselves with a delayed wipe on all I want is a ROLLIE, and already now trying to flip the script and move forward here, and Cooler is out.
Cooler is out, and so is Clairvoyance in terms of what in relation to the zone. ROLLIE. They've been pushed out of the zone. They've actually gone down to 6 remaining. That's going to be a hefty penalty, but with how well ROLLIE did earlier in this matchup, they've got back control of the zone. It might not take them too long to get back control of, or get them back into getting some points on the board, possibly getting a KO here. Here comes the headache from Clairvoyance, trying to make a poke on Jenny with that Dynamo Roller, but Clairvoyance is going to hold on strong. They're quickly getting rid of those penalty points. There's going to be a fight going on up there.
Wow.
There's already 3 players down for ROLLIE. Clairvoyance now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think this is what they needed. It just kind of seemed like ROLLIE staggered them quite a bit. And kind of just like messed up their plan there. A good Zuka shot coming out from Clairvoyance up on that ledge. But I think now that Clairvoyance has finally found their footing, they finally are getting comfortable, getting Coolers out at the right time, calling out the flanks too. A little bit earlier, Nito, you saw 3 different players of Clairvoyance collapsing in on a flank from ROLLIE. But here, ROLLIE's going to take the advantage of flipping the zone back just briefly to give Clairvoyance a bit of a penalty here. So we're actually seeing pretty similar points and in terms of penalty. And I think actually Clairvoyance technically has a lot more points here, but still just considering the penalty that ROLLIE has, it's like almost equal, question mark?
Equal? Possibly. But what we're actually noticing here is that the flow of the game has been the same for both teams, and that Clairvoyance and ROLLIE gets a huge push off. That means they're able to get a huge lead. They're able to get a huge points game there. It worked out better for ROLLIE than it did for Clairvoyance, but so far, what it's been is a battle almost in the middle of zone. But it might not be a battle for much longer because ROLLIE is quickly clearing those penalty points. 2 players go down on their side, but it's not enough to get Clairvoyance back in control. Actually, they get the zone neutral, but that is going to be too little too late for them.
Yeah, and sometimes that just sucks so much when time isn't on your side, because like a great closing 2 picks coming out from the Kraken, and Clairvoyance, especially with an opening like that, if they had a little bit more time, they probably could have tried to just scrape a few more points off of their penalty and potentially trying to have one more shot at flipping the lead. But yeah, time not on your side, unfortunately, but I don't believe we are going to be seeing this being a 3-0 occurrence, Nito. I'm going to call it now.
No, I mean, this is, and hopefully this is not a stream curse to where we have cursed ourselves to complete sweep matches, but so far, I think it's still closer than what the score entails, although it's really 1-0, so who knows what the score entails at this point. But, I don't know, Clairvoyance kept it neutral against ROLLIE for the longest time, and there was a time where 30 remaining to 6 remaining was stuck on the top of that screen for a long time, so that means that both of these teams are bringing a fight to one another. What I'm noticing is that Clairvoyance is doing so well, to your point, with communication and making sure they're playing patiently against a team like ROLLIE, who's doing very well in terms of taking fights and winning fights. So it's really a question of playing to each other's strengths.
Yeah, and I think Clairvoyance does that really well. And I think that they tend to play off of one another really well. It really seemed like that Emma, who was the heavy edit player, it really seemed like a lot of folks on the team were kind of basing around them just because like they have the cooler, which makes sense. But it seemed consistently, it would seem like when Emma would push in, you would have like Liberté, for example, on the Stamper, you would have them try to kind of maybe come up with them or behind them. Or Anka, you had Anka coming in too with like the Blaster to try to follow up as well. So I appreciate that when you have a more mobile like mid line, like with the head it, you can have some folks kind of help you out and provide you some safe passage to get into the map and help out. But it looks like, Nito, we're going to be sticking with Splat Zones, but we are going back to Barnacle and Diamond. I have this theory. Maybe it's not a theory. I guess it's a hypothesis, not a theory. It's not true.
Okay, now I'm interested.
We don't know. Yeah, no, we don't know. But I'm convinced that Barnacle and Dime is the inside of Arowana Mall. Like, if you were to step inside Arowana Mall, this is what it would look like.
Oh, geez. Now I'm realizing how long it's been since I played Splatoon 2. I mean, it could be. The thing about Arowana Mall is that it's really tall, and Barnacle and Dime looks like it has more than... Well, it has... It's okay. That's just 3 levels, surely. I'm not being tricked here or anything. That's 3 levels. Where's the food court? I'm hungry.
What do you think this food court would have? Do you think they'd have Sabaro's pizza for sure?
It has It has like the shell out machine, but it's for food. So you just keep paying like 30,000 coins or whatever, and you either get Sabaros or like any other option in the food court, and you just hope that it's the thing you were looking for the first time. It's cheaper than everything else you'll get there, but you have to get it. It's the let's go gambling meme, except now you've got all this food in your hands. And I don't know, I've never thought about a gambling machine for food, but we'll consider that during the next break.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that one for now. Still holding on to the Dynamo for ROLLIE, which like you were appreciating, I'm also really appreciating, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Am I right?
Absolutely. I mean, they've got the Dynamo out, which I think Dynamo is an underappreciated weapon in this game, just because of how much pain it puts down in one full swing, and how much pain it's able to put down, especially with zone, and how flanky it could be of an anchor weapon. But so far, Jenny's going to back up and still try to keep up some paint for the side of ROLLIE. Clairvoyance is going to start making some moves here. Both teams going down 2 players, and things are still going to start getting. Actually, this is going to be a repeat of what I saw that last match, where it's a consistent battle for zone. Except now this time, instead of just being a battle of picks, it's both of these teams battling out for zone control.
Yeah, and Anko coming through with that Kraken, you can tell ROLLIE was a little nervous about that. They cleared the way immediately as soon as they saw one of their teammates go down. They had to get out of the way, and so Clairvoyance still on the front foot here. Emma taking a really nice position kind of in this zone area, but also like teetering between where that sniper point is, or where this like little platform is here. But since nobody could really like combat that, it looks like trying to maybe do some sort of defensive maneuvering here. Liberté coming in, maybe with a distraction with the Zipcaster, taking some eyes off objective here, and the penalty for Clairvoyance now being gone. So, and infiltrating into the base here, looking at this overhead. So ROLLIE, looking to be rolled back currently.
Those rollies are being rolled possibly way too hard here. Tyrex are going to try to make a move with these killer whales, and I like the way they're using these killer whales here, going in the exact same direction as them, just to make sure they have a little bit more leverage as they move themselves up. And it does work out to where they get the zone back, and at the very least, they do give Clairvoyance a high penalty toll with 66 points there. That means ROLLIE has some breathing room if Clairvoyance gets this zone back at any point, but it's probably not going to be anytime soon. They've already gone down 2 players. One of them jumped out. I believe that was the Stamper that jumped out. And so far, ROLLIE goes back to the same game flow here. It's both teams getting off some big pushes and seeing where they can take those pushes. And they do have a few more. They do have specials ready, so I do want you to watch out for how they coordinate these specials. The Kraken's going to be popped anytime soon. There's the Kraken. But I want to see how these specials pop out in coordination with one another and see where they take them and how do they use them. Or maybe not even, because all 3 went down into Lake.
That Kraken from Anka made me a little nervous because as soon as they went into the zone and then kind of took a pivot to the left, immediately it was open for ROLLIE to still maintain the zone and keep Ink down. So that trying to go away was kind of challenging because that was a huge immovable, impenetrable object that was coming at you at the zone, and it immediately that force immediately pivoted away to go for a different pick instead of objective. And so, yeah, I think that unfortunately was the thorn in the side for Clairvoyance, so ROLLIE was able to come through.
ROLLIE certainly knows how to kill. Do they know how to evade taxes? I'm not sure they're going to disclose that information to be publicly, actually, so I'm going to put that comment to the side. But, I mean, ROLLIE, that... I like the take back they had in that game there, especially with how well Tyrex used a special to their side just to get themselves in, give themselves some leverage, and then everyone else just follows, knowing that whatever Tyrex does can easily be backed up by a killer whale, or honestly just their own mechanics and how well ROLLIE has been able to take fights. Clairvoyance, I like the idea of being patient here, and especially with those specials, but maybe it's a little too patient is the concern here.
Yeah, I think, definitely need a little bit more forward momentum. But I agree with you, though, that really for me, I think the play of the game was Tyrex coming in with that killer whale and having it directly in front, because you were right, there was so much leverage that came from that to maintain zone and to keep Clairvoyance away just for a little bit longer, even if it was just for a couple of seconds. And so that, to me, really shifted the tone of the game and allowed ROLLIE to just go all the way home with the win. And now finding themselves at set point here, trying to figure out what the counter pick is, because now I was for sure with ROLLIE winning on zones twice, do they pick zones again? Because it's still really good gameplay on both games in zones for Clairvoyance, but do they want to try to do that again?
Honestly, if you want to know, if I'm Clairvoyance, and as funny as it sounds, it's probably going to be TC Inkblot, just because you got a team that's playing patiently and that wants to know how, if they just need any mode where they can play patiently to an advantage. Splat zones might not be working just because ROLLIE does so well in mobilizing and getting themselves deep in enemy territory. And to that point, Clairvoyance did that too in their first push. So I think honestly, if they're going to do anything in terms of positioning and in terms of making sure they can get players up and play patiently the way they want to, it's going to be TC Inkblot, just because I see that just being the pick here. I don't know. I'm going to be proven wrong.
It'll hear you.
They're going to choose Zones Mahi or something. I don't know.
It's going to hear you. TC. It's like Beetlejuice or Candyman. If you keep saying it over and over again, you're going to summon it.
Oh, gosh. you can't say TC Ink Blot 3 times, otherwise they're gonna show up. It's like, what was? Yeah, was it Candyman? I'm thinking of like either Candyman or Beetlejuice or the. I don't know. I'm sure if you say anyone's name 3 times, they'll show up just as long as they can hear you and as long as they're concerned while you're saying their name 3 times. I'm sure they'll come up to you.
Surely they just want to know why you're speaking to them and saying to them. But Nito, there's a really big conversation happening in the voice channels right now because we're still waiting on the counter pick to come out. And so I don't know if we're maybe swapping players as well, but there's still a conversation being had about what kind of counter pick that they want to do. And actually, I'm about to eat my words right now, and so are you, because we are both wrong in what they're counter picking, because we are still going to be holding on and playing in SWAT zones.
I'm being fired as we speak. But Zones Robo Ramen, that's interesting. Now that's interesting. I don't know, I'm thinking about it and I'm trying to think with what Clairvoyance has ran this. I can see it working just because with how well their weapons work, especially with the ledge situation here, and how much. Honestly, someone called this at some point Muscle Forge Fitness 2.0. I think that line of thinking is going to be working to their advantage here, just because of how well their weapons that Clairvoyance played in that last set works with the ledges here. So I think that's what they're taking into account here.
And you know, I want to comment again on the point that you made where ROLLIE is really good at mobilizing and like initiating themselves to get into the trenches of the base of whoever their opponent is. And I'm wondering how they're gonna do that here, if they can maybe pull people into, like, quite literally into the trenches and force them away from objective. Because I really noticed that a lot with Liberté when they were in the game, which I believe they're subbed out for this round. But when they were in last time with the Stamper and zooming around with Zipcaster, there was quite a few times where you would see the distraction being taken away from objective, and like the like need to cover objective that was being taken away and putting focus on the Zipcaster. So if ROLLIE can really just again take that distractionary factor away, and actually looking at Clairvoyance here, Clairvoyance is going to opt to switch to a pencil weapon for their cooler weapon now, and this is the first time we've seen pencil today.
I'm impressed it took that long. I'm kidding. That's a conversation for another day. But so far, I think I see what Clairvoyance is cooking here, because now not only do you have a weapon a weapon comp that actually plays to how your playstyle is like, you also have a lot of opportunities to be poking around, and that's something ROLLIE has been able to do so well. Just get people around Clairvoyance to poke around. We saw that with Tyrix in that last set. So what Clairvoyance is doing here, I understand where they're coming from. Probably gonna use that range blaster to poke around these little walls here, but it's not gonna be right now because again, ROLLIE going back to what they've been able to do so well. They're just getting those big pushes at the beginning, and who knows, they might lose a zone. This could be a KO. We've seen it all here, and it actually might be Clairvoyance taking back the zone. Now they got a numbers advantage until Jenny actually reverses that fight against the headache.
Yeah, I'm really blown away here that this round has only been splat zones, and it's been like a very critical round of splat zones, and especially here, finally Clairvoyance just keeps poking and fighting to take their time and to control the zone, and finally they do, even if it's just for a brief moment. And still, it's just kind of a tit for tat and a back and forth fight here. But another thing I want to point out, is Anka on the Kraken jumping up on that glass wall and having enough time to still get a pick and chase people down. That was awesome. That was like one of my favorite Kraken gameplay moments I've seen in a while.
Wow, you're right. I wasn't expecting that, but I like what's going on with ROLLIE. They just know how they don't know the strengths to their, not only their weapons, but their specials. Their knowledge of what they're playing does so well for them, as actually Clairvoyance gets to pick on the Kraken. You talk about Kraken, that is a advanced level commentator's curse we just put on him. So I don't know, if I start talking about the crowd on the side of ROLLIE, I'm gonna like eventually curse him at some point. But so far, Clairvoyance holding the lead. They actually got one player down on ROLLIE, so they might continue what they've got going on here, and they certainly have the comp for it. They have a lot of long-range weapons on, or at least decently ranged weapons on at their disposal. So if anything, this is going to be Clairvoyance's time to show how well they can lock out ROLLIE.
Yeah, and honestly, locking out, but also themselves locking in, because you had so many people just trying to push forward and holding on to zone, but those tri-strikes are going to be successful in pushing the folks of Clairvoyance out, but not for long, because, I mean, again, Nito, the presence that they have is really overwhelming for ROLLIE right now.
Yeah, no, this is it, and they're still trying to find ways to play around them. Tyrex, see, this is what I talked about earlier, trying to poke around, and you actually got them by surprise there, but ultimately someone was able to clean up Tyrex's fight there. So Clairvoyance, what they're doing with this comp, and not only that, but what they're doing with these picks as well, or with the positioning as well, is making sure they know when ROLLIE makes a move. See how that rapid blast dives or takes a jump straight down, try to poke out Jenny. Ultimately, Jenny wins that fight, but so far, Clairvoyance, I see what they're going for here, but ROLLIE is still proving just a bit too strong for what Clairvoyance is trying to pull off here. ROLLIE has a few penalty points, so Clairvoyance still has breathing room, but it may not last longer as they're starting to tick down.
Yeah, the penalty is getting pretty close, but once again, you have Clairvoyance trying to make a statement and make a fight, and they do take it and have the number advantage as well. So you can see the Dynamo and Tyrex are both going to be responding back in, but then their other friends go down as well, so a weird delay for ROLLIE here, as Clairvoyance finally seeking entrance back into the spawn of ROLLIE, and Anka, again, they have done that move. Zooming around with Kraken and going up on that box area and taking somebody out twice. That was the second time that they have done that in this game.
And can they hold on to zone enough to take the lead? No, they don't, but they do have 3 players on the down on the side of ROLLIE. Clairvoyance still holds on strong. Unfortunately, they now have penalty points to work with. Even there, I think, even they're extending just a little bit too much there, as the pencil is going to be made to back up. ROLLIE still has to clear those penalty points to get themselves that lead even deeper, but that pencil is out. That means no cooler for Clairvoyance if they want to make a retake here. That's going to make it just a bit more difficult for them to make it. If anyone's going to do it, it might be Curry with the Trizuka, and they try to sneak in a few picks, but there's not enough time. No one's holding control of the zone. That means this set will ultimately go to ROLLIE.
3 games of Splat Zones. 3-0 sweep. The scoreboard doesn't tell the whole story, because wow, Clairvoyance did not make it easy for them to take those games at all. So, man, this is a really fun pickup, Nito. ROLLIE, I want to see more from this group.
And I need to look more into this group, because I've seen those, I swear I've seen those tags before. I feel like I have. I feel like I've seen Tyrex at some point too, so I don't know. Something tells me I should have expected this team to roll right through Clairvoyance this whole time. Of course, this run isn't over for Clairvoyance. They'll be facing Blood Moon later on in the losers bracket, but, I mean, my goodness, ROLLIE, I can't talk about them enough just because of how well they were able to execute just about most things in that, most if not everything in that set worked out so well for them. I see where Clairvoyance was coming from, and I see what they're trying to do there, but ultimately, it's not that they fought bad, it's just that they played against a better team, and I think ROLLIE was so dominant that whatever either Enchanting Aquatica or Celestial brings up, it's going to be one heck of a fight for ROLLIE, but ROLLIE proven to be the best here.
Yeah, I really appreciated what ROLLIE did throughout these games, because the infiltration power that they had was just absolutely bonkers to get in there. But still, don't want to not say that for Clairvoyance, because again, consistently you would see Emka with their Kraken getting in to the trenches of the spawn consistently and like taking somebody out with them. Every time that they were on the screen in Kraken, there was a name at the bottom of somebody's life that they had taken. So I really appreciate getting to see Anka get to do what they do best, and put up a really good fight. But looking at the bracket still, look at that, ULTRAKRILL is still going to be moving on. The 3-1 over Insomniac Central. And a big deciding game 5 between Cherry Bomb and Big Fat Sea Cows. Really would like to see what would be the deciding factor there here pretty soon. And then, looking down at the bottom of the bracket, you'll see Clairvoyance is going to be going head-to-head with Blood Moon, who got a 2-0 over Kiwi Ice Cream, which is pretty huge. So, so far, so good? So far, so good? Question mark?
I don't know. I'm waiting. As a Cherry Bomb, just because I do want to see that rematch between BFSC and ULTRAKRILL. Sorry, I know. Yesterday, Big Fat Sea Cows won that match against ULTRAKRILL, but it was also 2-1. So I hope if we do now, I know we're gonna get the match that ULTRAKRILL is currently waiting for, but what I want to know is if Big Fat Sea Cows does win and move on to this next match, what I want to know is, will it finally be the game that breaks the sweep curse that we've had so far?
Yeah, right. And I think something else that's interesting to point out as well is that Big Fat Sea Cows, their win streak actually is broken by Cherry Bomb. So their run yesterday was a 6-0 run. They absolutely swept the competition yesterday, getting into Alpha Bracket. They did a 2-0 sweep here over Kiwi Ice Cream, and then now finally Cherry Bomb pulled the flagger on Cherry Bomb pulled out their stop sign. They flipped it from slow to stop, and they were like, "Hold on a second, you guys can't do this. This isn't allowed. You need to fight us now and have a challenge with us." Not to say that maybe their run wasn't challenging. I'm not implying that at all, but just going to be trying to show on the outside that run can be challenged.
Gosh, I mean, Cherry Bomb is this close to being the only team that has beaten Big Fat Sea Cows in a set so far. And it's funny because ULTRAKRILL was a team that went, I believe, 5-1, and they were actually right behind Big Fat Sea Cows. So that set between them in the group stage actually kind of decided who was taking the first and second rank from that group. Now both of them cleared just enough to get themselves in the Alpha Bracket, of course, but both of these teams have already met. Both of these teams are very close to each other in terms of skill, if the results were to say anything. So, but I will also say something about Cherry Bomb. They were also 5-1. Their opponent win percentage is lower, which is always the killer. If you ever get, listen, kids, if you ever get 4-2, you need to watch that opponent win percentage.
Yeah.
Always watch the opponent win percentage, and I'm telling you right now because it's happened to me before. It has happened to me before, but watch out for that. Anyway, they did get 5-1, but ultimately they were the lower of the 5-1s in that group just because of opponent win percentage. But so far, I mean, Cherry Bomb not having a similar opponent win percentage, they actually cleared Blood Moon. Their biggest fight here is against BFSC, of course, but still waiting the winner of that. And I don't know, either way this goes, ULTRAKRILL has something pretty good in store for them here.
Yeah. Well, another note to point out too is BFSC and Cherry Bomb are both in Division 5 this season for Ludi. So they are. I believe they would have to be familiar with each other because I don't think Division 5 is a division that has a ton of groups. But correct me if I'm wrong, because there's so many different divisions now where it's like, oh, you're in Div 9E. What does that mean?
Oh, good old Div 9. I remember there used to be a... Okay, wait, no. They used to be called Division A, B, and C, and that was a little...
Yeah.
That was... I wish they were called Alpha and Beta, although maybe I don't wish that, because now we're starting to see a lot of Sigma male stuff, and I was like, dude, no, we're not calling them this anymore. No, I'm a Sigma player, actually. We would hear it's a Sigma player right now, and I think that would make me lose it pretty quickly. No, you're not a Sigma player. You are in Division S. That means you're like well below Division A. All right.
I like when you tell it how it is.
No, there is no Division Sigma. I mean, I said Division Sigma. This is ruining me.
Well, you know what? Why don't we take a brief break, and get some water, get a snack, maybe use the bathroom, and that's for you folks at home too. But don't go too far, because Alpha Bracket will continue very shortly, and you also don't want to miss Nito and I maybe talking about pickles some more. I'm gonna just like send you this link, Nito. I'm not kidding. Bread and butter pickles are a thing. It's in Streamcord. You gotta look at it.
Alright, I'm gonna go cry while we're on break. Don't change the channel. We'll be right back as I figure out what the heck a butter pickle is. Oh god.
All right, folks, welcome back to Alpha Bracket. We're finally going to be moving on. Big Fat Sea Cows and Cherry Bomb finally had their deciding match, and it's actually going to be Cherry Bomb moving forward against ULTRAKRILL. Just to remind you, my name is Saf. I'm here on the mic with Nito, our producer today, being Inkfair. Welcome back, folks. Let's continue on in our fun with Alpha Bracket. We're moving into round 3 here. And Nito, I gotta say, I'm a little familiar with Cherry Bomb and their antics, but I don't really know much about ULTRAKRILL at all. But you seem to be, from what I can tell, if I were to look at a diagram of words that, like, your buzzwords that you've said today, ULTRAKRILL would be like one of the bigger words. You know what I'm talking about?
I will say, have you heard of cornichons? They're a type of pickle that is even smaller than a gherkin, usually around 2 inches long or less. These French-style pickles are tiny, yet pack a big punch flavor-wise with a standout acidic flavor. And also, ULTRAKRILL was 5-1 yesterday. They played against Big Fat Sea Cows and actually lost that 2-1. So with Cherry Bomb winning the previous set against Big Fat Sea Cows, you can expect ULTRAKRILL to come in with a bit of more attention on this set than with the previous group stage set. Cherry Bomb already breaking Big Fat Sea Cows' undefeated streak.
That's huge.
I'm doing great. God freaking read the pickle thing. The bread and butter pickles. What? Anyway.
I told you it's real. Okay, look at this. ULTRAKRILL. And I like the customs leader pick from Cherry Bomb. And I believe Sammy there is actually a sniper extraordinaire. So that is a weapon that is going to be good to have in their hands. And I appreciate the follow-up coming from Star too on the roller. Just got to make sure that there's enough paint for your roller to shark and move around. And also you got to be mindful of that wiper. But Nito, there's also Glugas. Did you see that?
There are Glugas in the game. That is actually a Yeet classic. Shout out to Yeet from the Grillers, one of my teammates. But so far, I not actually Cherry Bomb. I do like the roller pick here. There is with the changes made to Mahi zones and the fact that it's now playable. I do like that they bring out the roller here, just because there's a lot more space for the roller to sneak by, and with this still having this sort of this difference in height that eventually changes over time, the roller actually becomes a bit more useful just because of how well it's able to camp ledges. So Cherry Bomb, I like what they're going here with that roller pick. I do like what ULTRAKRILL's doing with their Glugas as well. You might see them poke around every moment or so.
Yeah, and I want to touch on that too, like what you just said, like having that roller for Cherry Bomb to camp the ledges, immediately that's going to be seen and be effective as the stage now drops down below, so there's plenty of ledges to utilize and work with. And so down to the 20 mark here for Cherry Bomb, having, actually almost having a man advantage, but after I said that, they actually had 2 members of their own going down, so ULTRAKRILL ultimately going to be coming back, retreating the zone back once again, looking to try to maybe flip the lead here. There's about 3 minutes and some change left to go, so they definitely have enough time to do it. But I think you just got to be mindful of where, that Sammy with that Kraken is going to try to make an entrance here. As you can see, Sammy on ULTRAKRILL had a really amazing backup there. They were able to escape just barely away from that Kraken, barely able to get away from danger, but just enough time to do so. And yeah, 3 members down now on Cherry Bomb. ULTRAKRILL, something's going on here, Nito. Something's cooking.
Okay, ULTRAKRILL, that is nice little comeback here. But Cherry Bomb's gonna start popping the cooler, start popping a few specials. They got 1 pick already. Both teams trading a player. But ULTRAKRILL still holds on. 7-6-5. This can go down very quickly there. ULTRAKRILL holds onto it, but Cherry Bomb has the paint to put down. It isn't enough for them to retake zone. This stamp isn't enough to stop Cherry Bomb. Cherry Bomb retakes control of the zone. Cherry Bomb just, even without that much, even with only the shot in headed, that's enough for them to get back control. They don't necessarily need a roller, and that E-leader may not help as much in terms of paint, but it's still going to provide lots of pressure for Cherry Bomb. But ultimately, ULTRAKRILL's going to get back to controlling the zone.
Yeah, and I really like Sile here on this heavy edit on the side of ULTRAKRILL, because consistently just trying to maybe look and call out who's going to be rearing their heads around on the ledges there, who is going to maybe try to go in for the flank. You can see that Bobby was trying to come in for Cherry Bomb there, for ULTRAKRILL trying to prevent the flank from Cherry Bomb, but not is successful in doing so as Cherry Bomb takes the zone back and is trying to dwindle away their penalty with only a little bit of time left here. But I think really it's going to come down to a really good, proper stacking of specials. And I think with Cherry Bomb initiating that with the cooler coming out, that Booyah Bomb, though, is going to maybe be a big detriment to that cooler. And Bobby coming out with the stamp. Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of how can we stack these specials together to hold it down.
Coordination has been the name of the game for these last few sets, and I'm certainly seeing a lot of it here. ULTRAKRILL actually losing one player. Both teams losing one player in that little skirmish there. But Cherry Bomb hasn't gotten the zone just yet. Nice pick there from Sammy to get themselves back into control. Hopefully for Cherry Bomb, they do eventually get back control of the zone. Sammy is going to be helping a little bit there in terms of ping, but we'll get a pick on Glue there, who's actually playing a little sneaky there. Boba's going to do the same thing there. I know Boba's sneaking around with that Splatoon wiper. Going to watch out for that, because that might be a huge opening there, unless Star takes out two players with one fell swoop there.
Yeah, that was major. That was a really major double pick there for Cherry Bomb, because immediately that takes two people out and back into the spawning area where the other members of ULTRAKRILL already are. So that's basically having the whole team starting from square one to grade back in. So Cherry Bomb now eliminating that penalty. Already, though, still the man advantage is going to be in favor of ULTRAKRILL. But as I say that, you see the trades kind of going in here, and only a 2-point difference with only a few seconds to spare. This is going to be a really important fight, and it turns out Cherry Bomb is the successor, and they're going to be the ones to take game one.
Oh, that Kraken! If I had not seen where the jumps were going, that would have almost called that a gutsy play, but the Kraken is the perfect special for the job there. Just knowing where everybody's about to drop and knowing everybody is about to just be right in line with the Kraken. That's an easy cleanup for Cherry Bomb there as they take the first game of the set. Oh, that Kraken, along with some other special picks, along with the special coordination I saw there was all picked to perfection. I liked the way Cherry Bomb played that out. That was, I mean, especially with the one player ULTRAKRILL, which to their credit was doing an excellent job of holding the zone all on their own. That's going to be the shot that you'll see in this replay soon enough. But I mean, that is a last stand from the shot. But ultimately, it's going to be the Kraken on the side of Cherry Bomb that takes away the win there.
Yeah, and you could see that the Kraken being launched. Yeah, they went around. I believe that was a triple pick coming out from the Kraken there. They went down, took one, went over, took another, and then went back like a triangle formation, taking a triple pick as the tape flies across the screen. So I think knowing what we know now with the information that we have, I think the really big thing to be watching out for Cherry Bomb, especially with having such a skilled leader player on their side, is visibility. The word that comes to mind is visibility, because consistently you would see Sammy be responding to times of what Sammy was saying in the group chat, because consistently when you would see when the point of view would go on to Sammy, you would see them kind of like looking around or like, you know, poking with the leader or trying to like take a shot. But it just seemed like that maybe that whatever call outs were being made by Cherry Bomb, it all came down to like how visible everybody on ULTRAKRILL was.
And we've got the counter pick coming in. That's going to be Clam Blitz on Shipshape Cargo Co. You talk about visibility. I think this is what I was thinking. Oh, tower control. Sorry, tower control on See, I said it almost instinctively. I nearly said tower control on Inkblot by instinct alone.
You just want it so bad.
I do want it so bad. If you're watching this, whichever team loses, you pick tower control Inkblot, or so help. No, I'm gonna start sounding like an angry mother. But no, tower control.
We have tower control Inkblot at home, okay?
At home, this is the basement. This is the attic. This is where you put all the stuff you're not using. No, I'm kidding. No.
Yeah, I agreed. So with this being a counter pick, this is a very highly visible counter pick map to choose for ULTRAKRILL. And so I just think that, especially with how well Sammy was able to make callouts and identify where the members of ULTRAKRILL were going to be, no changes are going to be made for either composition. But that's why I want to know, like, what is the conversation that ULTRAKRILL had to move into a map like this, where it did seem like being too visible and allowing for Sammy to have a lot of fun with finding out where people were was really challenging. So what is kind of the thought process here for picking this?
Okay, maybe it's a different thought process than what we're having. I think, but at this point, since you have you have the Glugas, you have Wiper, you have Shot on your side, maybe its increased visibility makes it easier for Zuka to pick off the leader if we need to. But what I'm thinking about is ULTRAKRILL has a lot to poke around with, and if they get an open space like they do in Ship Shape, then that means more space for you to poke around and not necessarily poke around with the leader. It could just be with any other person on the field, any other person on the map, because that gives you more opportunities to get a numbers advantage. Just like we saw with Glitter getting a trade on Melodic, but that means ULTRAKRILL has 2 players down on Cherry Bomb compared to Cherry Bomb having 1. Bobe able to follow up there with the Splatoon Wiper. They've already cleared the first checkpoint, and they're going to continue moving on.
Okay, so this is interesting because the pressure coming in from ULTRAKRILL forced Sammy to move out of position and Kraken onto the tower, but ultimately costing them their life to try to prevent it from going forward. But that's a big player to take out of, especially since Sammy had a really safe position here with so much open space to see if anybody else was going to try to push the tower. So the pressure from ULTRAKRILL is definitely on here as they are about to bust the 3rd checkpoint. Bobe coming in with another double pick with the stamp. Sammy in a good position to try to follow up here, but not so much if you already have all your players pushed up and people jumping in. What a clapback from ULTRAKRILL.
I will say I saw that stamp play with I believe Bobe from ULTRAKRILL, and that was exactly what I was expecting from ULTRAKRILL, just because, I mean, when you have all these poke around weapons that you can just sneakily sneak by a sneaky pick with in a sneaky manner, that's what you want to run, and that's what you want to see. So I don't know, I saw what ULTRAKRILL was cooking here, and now if I'm Cherry Bomb, I am definitely going for TC Inkblot. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, I guess it could work, but
it could. We'll see. But that's got to be the game 3. That's got to be the set deciding match. I don't think people. If you put all the cards out on the table too early, then you don't have any more plays to make.
Oh, sorry, I'm currently chewing on a gherkin, which is a type of pickle that is smaller than the average cucumber, because these are usually made with young cucumbers. Cherry cucumbers are Persian cucumbers.
That's hilarious. I like that you're enjoying a gherkin for yourself after our conversation earlier today. But okay, so Bobe was definitely MVP of that game because, like you said, just consistently being able to sneak and shark and just be very, very quick to try to go in and grab a pick or two, especially with launching that stamp, being close to other members of Cherry Bomb. So Cherry Bomb being on the back foot to try to pick a counter pick. And finally, Nito, we have not played Rainmaker all day. Finally.
It's Inkblot, no.
Inkblot Rainmaker.
It's not Inkblot Rainmaker. It's Museum Rainmaker, and you know, I see it. I mean, when you have a Kraken, or I guess not a Kraken. When you do have a Kraken, I guess any map where you play, anywhere where you play Rainmaker, it's probably the right move to make. But I can see what Cherry Bomb is coming up with here. I can kind of see it, but I mean, a wide map and one as big as Museum, that's where your E-leader really gets to shine here.
Yeah, and the reach that Sammy will have with that E-leader will be really major in making any sort of pushes or trying to maybe prevent any sort of type of push. And I do want to note that immediately with Cherry Bomb picking this as their counter pick, they all readied up at the same time. Like, they simultaneously press the A button. They know what they're doing. They're like, all right, we're going to run it back, and this is what we're doing. And the confidence shows so much when you see that, when you see people just like immediately ready up and they're like, nope, this is what we're doing. We're ready. We got it. The comp is picked. We know who's going where first. And again, I'd like to point out that like teams, once again, team synergy like that, and figuring out where your people are and how to play off of people, that's a really hard and challenging thing to do. And so it's always really entertaining to me when people have like their map mode picks already in their back pockets for when situations like this arise.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a game in which all of those pocket picks are definitely something to at least... They mean more in Splatoon than I think anywhere else, just because the wide range of weapons and the wide range of things you can pull out into this game could be the deciding factor in whether or not your team has an advantage or even win there. And actually see a Gluga Deco coming out from ULTRAKRILL. That's going to be the exact same comp actually that comes out from Cherry Bomb, but ULTRAKRILL, I do like the... I don't know. That's another Zuka. So what they're doing here is at least making sure they have something else for that leader. That's a nice quick collapse on the roller there. They already saw that one coming. ULTRAKRILL has enough of a warm up here. They know exactly what Cherry Bomb's bringing to the table.
Yeah, and I think you're so right. Having that double Zuka is really going to be a thorn in Sammy's side. Sammy is not really going to have a lot of space to get set up or comfortable with the leader, even though they have so much reach. But having an onslaught of Zuka, if you can just keep consistently stacking your Zukas, that is not going to be a fun time for Cherry Bomb here. But with the Rainmaker being popped, it's really just a matter of finding the advantage with fights and going in for the strike, the opening strike. But again, just kind of in the neutral game for the moment here. You can see you have like your backline / midline kind of sitting up top, and then you have all of your skirmishers and slayers kind of down in the middle trying to maybe take the fight or two. But still nothing really, no movement really here until finally we can see that I believe ULTRAKRILL is going to be the ones to pick the Rainmaker.
Yes, it is. They don't make the jump, but with enough, or at least with how many people they have looking forward, or at least how many people Cherry Bomb has backwards actually, ULTRAKRILL's going to make that jump with this second attempt. They do break through that pedestal, but they won't last long with that Rainmaker just because of how much Cherry Bomb has set up already, waiting for that jump, or waiting for the drop from ULTRAKRILL. So Cherry Bomb also knows what to expect here, but that's because they need to hold. They're gonna need to hold on. This ULTRAKRILL can move fast if they can get an opening here, so they need to hold on to this. Make sure ULTRAKRILL isn't able to sneak by a pick, or you will sneak by a pick during a Rainmaker grab. And Cherry Bomb holds on long enough to make it reset. Star now going to try to make a move around the outside here, around Sail, which is exactly what the type of gameplay you want to see. Does get that pick off. Might be able to get another one. There are a few players trapped around there, because ultimately Star is going to choose to try to actually go for this 2v1 here. Gets a few more, gets a bit more damage, not enough to get a pick yet.
Yeah, Star really was about to find themselves in a 3 versus 1 situation, and for some reason, the elevation was actually an advantage for them because they could hide behind the wall, and having 2 different people trying to rain down on you, I was a little worried for them, but they were actually successful in being and staying alive. So we're actually going to have a 2 for 2 as both checkpoints for both teams now being open. So we're back to our Splatoon 2 gameplay antics here. And Bobby is going to maybe actually do some replication of what Star has been doing, like that we see earlier, trying to maybe poke up onto the ledge, as ULTRAKRILL is going to be picking up the Rainmaker once again. Only a 1 point difference here for the lead. So this is definitely, as you said, you need to be trying to initiate a fight on the pedestal to try to break through. And especially here with that Zuka coming out from blue, you can see there's 3 purple names getting kind of pigeonholed back behind the pedestal there, with one of them being taken down. But here you'll see Star successfully sneaking through and preventing that Rainmaker from going forward anymore, because you could tell that Sile was actually, I think, getting ready to just try to run for it.
And I do want to point out the difference in points here. It's 1 point, and in reality, if there wasn't any sort of tiebreaker, it would probably be tied right now. But ULTRAKRILL and Cherry Bomb they have enough to make it past this imaginary middle line, but what they don't have is an ability, or the ability to respond to each other's sneaky plays. For ULTRAKRILL, it's Star on Cherry Bomb. For Cherry Bomb, it's going to be Bobe on ULTRAKRILL. And I believe even every one of them has the ability to disrupt it so much to the point where we only got a lead from Cherry Bomb as one of the players was able to sneak by a Rainmaker pickup and grab themselves up to 45 remaining. But that's what's stopping both of these teams. They've been doing so well since defensively because they just can't do anything offensively because of how well Bobe and I believe, Star was able to do so well on poking around.
Yeah, and I really appreciate what Melodic did right there because the Rainmaker was about to reset and they just opted to sacrifice themselves just to keep it there. But unfortunately, I think with them going down, another trade happened at a different point in the map, so you really had no forward pressure coming from Cherry Bomb to keep it there. So ultimately, it is going to be reset for ULTRAKRILL. But you're right, though. They were able to sneak through. They just had to take that advantage of that one frame or that one misstep from ULTRAKRILL to get the Rainmaker through. And then now we're down into the single-digit mark with only a few seconds left. The specials are being popped here. And now ULTRAKRILL has to pick it up no matter what to stay in the game. But they can if you have Sammy there at the Kraken, because Sammy's just going to launch GG Kraken and that's it. So Cherry Bomb successfully taking game 3. Now the counter pick going back to ULTRAKRILL. We're tossing it back to ULTRAKRILL like a hot potato. Inkpot Art Academy? Question mark?
Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Come on. ULTRAKRILL. Come on. Let's see it. I mean, with the way both of these teams are playing, I fully expect ULTRAKRILL to, I don't know, maybe if I'm ULTRAKRILL, I'm thinking, how else do I respond? Because again, this was, believe it or not, this was still a close match for Cherry Bomb. I did mention earlier how if this game didn't already break the tie for you, this set would still be tied into overtime. So this set would be in overtime had they not gotten that sneaky push by. So I don't know. Cherry Bomb and ULTRAKRILL are going to pick something that forces them to play fast. I'm thinking if it's both of them, or I'm thinking if I'm ULTRAKRILL, I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, you pull out Clam Blitz on Mako March. It's so close range that it forces you to play quick. And I think if you want to play to all these strengths ULTRAKRILL has, you go to Clam's Mako. But I don't know. I've been surprised a few times here. We saw Zone's Robo Ramen last match, so we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah, I see. Okay. So it seems like
it seems like I'm partially right.
Yeah, I feel like you're partially right, but oh my gosh. We've been hanging out at Barnacle and Dime a lot today. I think you and I might have a shopping problem. I think we're bad influences on each other. It's the Gherkins.
Oh, it's a bad influence, but you know what isn't a bad influence? The buy 3 get 1 free sale currently going on at Bath & Body Works. Hello, I'm about to get some candles for the whole summer. Let me go stop by real quick. I don't have a shopping problem, by the way, but maybe I do. But there's a sale going on at Gap right now.
You would have been a Gap. You were a Gap kid, weren't you?
I
was.
I've actually never walked into a Gap before. But I know it exists.
Oh my gosh.
Certainly one of the stores.
That is certainly a store. I feel this mall, just looking at the background of Barnacle and Dime on the counter pick here, like what do you think those stores would be? What do those look like they would be if you had to guess? Actually, some of them look closed. Is Barnacle and malls are dying, Nito. They are a dying breed.
They are. But if I had to guess, the top right one's Express. The bottom right one is.
That's what I was gonna say.
The bottom right, I don't know. I remember this store called Brookstone where they just sell the most random nonsense. I mean, you had massage chairs, and then you go down to the other side of the store, and they had this like little Rubik's Cube toy device thing that also doubled as like a back massager or whatever. And it's a lot of weird stuff, and I wish it's still here. But what is here is Game 4, and I think both... Oh, okay, we're going to go back to the vanilla Glugas, and more of the same.
More of the same. Yeah, the only changes really are coming out from Glue with the Gluga change picks, but For the most part, yeah, same going down here for ULTRAKRILL and Cherry Bomb. But with picking Clam Blitz as the counter pick on the 4th game here, definitely something to be said about that, because like once again, it's like, what is that conversation, and like what kind of things, especially with no weapon comp changes, what kind of things are being discussed? Because at that point it comes down to, if you're not really going to change your comp or change your roles, at that point it just comes down to like proper mechanics.
Oh, wow, that is already 2 players on down the side of ULTRAKRILL. Cherry Bomb making the best out of this counter pick that ULTRAKRILL picked out for him. What this does is still provide a lot of open space for Sammy to pop off with the E leader. The Kraken's still going to prove to be useful, but so far it's going to be E leader that shines for Sammy. But as for the rest of Cherry Bomb, they're kind of stuck in this mid area here. They know what ULTRAKRILL is about to come out with, especially since they brought out that wheel bomb. They're actually bringing out a stamp too, so they're going to stand back and make sure they let ULTRAKRILL make mistakes. I believe actually being down 3 players down for Cherry Bomb. ULTRAKRILL making the best out of this push here. They're already 3 players down. May have been, actually it wasn't a delayed wipe, but that's still a huge advantage and a huge gain for ULTRAKRILL.
Yeah, the communication breakdown I think happened where when Cherry Bomb was all centered up and into the midsection, you could see that Sammy was the first one to go down, and immediately Bobe took advantage of that to push forward and to go in around with the stamp, and it forced Melodic to have to push away, but it also forced Star in a weird position as well, because they were in the bubble and kind of ready to strike, but then once you had Bobe in with that stamp, it was over. So it really seems like the big person you need to be aware of is Sammy, and getting that E leader out of position and getting them uncomfortable, because frequently as soon as Sammy has been out of commission, you would see ULTRAKRILL act really fast and try to move in and utilize that advantage of not having such a long range weapon and presence on the board. But even still with that, Nito, we're still so neutral here. I mean, we're about to be 3 minutes into this game and nothing has happened, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's a repeat of what I saw actually in that last match. So, yeah, sorry, the last match. Yeah, the last match which was Rainmaker on I nearly said Muscleford. Oh my goodness, I am so far behind on my maps that I've gone into Splatoon 2. I'm going to mention Salt Spray Rig at some point, but whatever. ULTRAKRILL is doing Salt Spray Rig, one of the greatest maps, I think, in our generation, second only to Black Belly Skate Park. But so far, like you mentioned, neither team has yet to actually score a clam, so we're... as much as I want to say typical Splatoon 3 Clam Blitz match, this is not surprising. And what both of these teams do so well is, again, disrupt each other in these offensive pushes, and they do it so well to where neither team has been able to score until now. Where ULTRAKRILL has 2 power clams, and they can take a huge advantage of this if they're able to get those in. But I mean, both of these teams can know each other and know their pushes so well, that it took us 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get to a score, and we only got to 80 remaining.
Yeah, and it's been very inconsistent whether or not the economy is ever going to falter for ULTRAKRILL. I mean, it's been rare that their economy has been a single-digit number. It has consistently been a large double-digit number, and right now it's at a 12. So that's a power clam and some change. And then, like you said, when they made the pop there, which they're going to do again here, as Sael, wow, what a jump out! Immediately escaping after getting that pop in to have some follow-up from teammates there, and you can see Melodic has to pick up that other clam to get another pity clam on the side of Cherry Bomb. But with ULTRAKRILL doing what they're doing here, consistently having such a strong economy, this is the second time I think we've seen them in a single-digit number, but still not small at all, as it's in the 7 and 8 range, and again, already a power clam online for them with 30 seconds left remaining.
So far, ULTRAKRILL is going to be taking this set to a Game 5, but there are 2 power clams on the side of Cherry Bomb. That's all they need to take this lead, so you need to keep an eye on those 2. As Sammy tries to make something happen with this Kraken, does get a pick on Bobe, which should be a huge help for Cherry Bomb if they can pull it off. But they've got one player down as well. That's going to be Inkzuka taking a pick. And what A's waiting for, they're probably waiting for a jump if they could have gotten it. But Cherry Bomb's already got 2 players down. That's going to be 3. A delayed triple. Melodic might go down, maybe delayed white, but they jump out just before they get picked off. This is huge for ULTRAKRILL. Like I said, they've been doing so far, stopping those pushes, and that alone is going to be enough to take us to a game 5.
Yeah, it's like Melodic jumped back to come in with teammates, but at the same time, it's like there was just no time left, and right when they were jumping out, there was somebody already moving forward with a power clam to just end the overtime streak. So there we go, moving into game number 5 with Cherry Bomb and ULTRAKRILL, and I honestly don't know. I don't know. Both teams are doing really good things and have been consistent across these games. So it's just, I'm shrugging. Like I don't know. Who's got it? Who's got it?
I don't know either. It's funny that the first words I say are I don't know, but this is I'm thinking here because ULTRAKRILL wins this one. They can't play clams on Barnacle anymore, but they're still going to try to keep it in the short range maps because of how well they've been able to disrupt Cherry Bomb when it came to them Cherry Bomb getting that much closer to making a big push. It happened just now because Cherry Bomb nearly got the lead had they got those 2 clams in, but ULTRAKRILL needs to keep forcing Cherry Bomb to play close range. So if anything, I think their next counter pick is going to be another short range map. They just might take it to Mega Mart, if I'm being honest. Although, to be fair, I still want to see TC Inkling. Let's just continue the tradition. Oh no, Cherry Bomb. Sorry, Cherry Bomb. I just forgot who was making a counter pick, but Cherry Bomb I think needs to keep it long range, which in Splatoon 3. Splatoon 3 does sound like a rarity, but I guarantee you, there's still some maps they can pick out here, and if I'm them, I'm probably thinking. I'm not thinking actually. I don't usually think.
Head empty, only Gherkin.
Dang. Okay, our streamer, at least coming through. So I'll give you that. Thank you very much to Inkfarer, but I think it's going to be either Manta or Undertow. I don't know. I feel like if you take it anywhere, it might be Manta or Undertow. But if you want to be funny, it's going to be TC Inkblot. But
if you want to be
game 5, how much funniness are we allowed to have?
Well, but I feel like if you pick TC Inkblot, like that's what's to be expected that you're going to pick. So why you never want to let them know your next move? Yes. I feel like you would know that better than anyone.
I don't know too many things about competitive Splatoon. I'll be honest. I mean, Ludi's staff puts me at Div 3 just because I'm on the grillers. But I'll be honest, the brain's Div 10. The rest of my mechanics are possibly Div 11.
Are you a personality hire for the grillers? Is that what you're saying?
Let's just say there are quotas within the company, within the grillers organization. And those quotas need to be met one way or another. It's tower control! It's Mega Mart.
You got so excited there for a second.
Oh. It was close. I got tower control right.
Yeah, okay. So you were like half right. That's like 50 points. It's not passing, but you still have a point. So that's fine. Well, you still take it. You got to take your wins where you can get them.
I gotta take my wins, and I gotta take my losses, and I gotta take my half sour pickles because they undergo the same fermentation process as full sour pickles. However, to create a more mild flavor, half sour pickles only ferment for half the time as full sour pickles. Fermentation times depend on the company, but it can range anywhere between a week or a few months. Game 5 on Tower Control Mega Mart.
Game 5 on Tower Control Mega Mart. Now listen. Okay, so with something like this, with having 2 very strong ledge camping folks in your arsenal, you have Star versus Bobe for a lot of this as your front lines that are duking it out. A lot of ledges for them to utilize here, especially on that first checkpoint checkpoint. You got the freezer. You have a really good entrance point and that drop down area on the left. That's kind of a big spot where you need to be watching for. The right is a little bit too open, so it's a little harder to flank from. But first checkpoint is always the most challenging because of that, because it's how do you control that drop off section by the freezer. But also, I think the thing to consider is the fact that, once again, if you have Sammy using that E-liter, that is going to be a very consistent and open shot for them, for whoever's trying to camp on the tower to break that checkpoint. So I once again think that a really big thing for ULTRAKRILL to try to put the nail in the coffin with this is to prevent that E-liter from getting comfortable and preventing any sort of special buildup with allowing that Kraken to come through. So just keeping them out of the map for as long as possible is going to be the big check in the box for ULTRAKRILL.
Ooh, a sloshing machine. Okay. So, of course you want to keep the Zuka just because Zuka is going to be one of the better specials out there. I'm sure everyone's aware. But, I mean, what this machine does is make sure you still can play to those ledges. And in fact, it gives Bobe a little bit more help in being able to poke around just because that sloshing machine does such a great job with how much range it has and how much ability it has to sneak by those shots. And probably not sneak by in that sense, but so far it's going to be only the E-liter on the side of Cherry Bomb left to defend for that first checkpoint. But Glue's going to quickly throw a Booyah Bomb, or at least sometime soon. Maybe not quickly, but that's still going to be hanging around for a bit as they get past checkpoint 1.
Yeah, and again, this is where that big movement push is going to be, because look at where Sammy is hiding. You can't really see them. There's a good obstruction piece from the environment for the Trizuka to not really be successful in finding a pick there. So checkpoint number 2 now going to be contested by ULTRAKRILL. You have Bobe following up with that stamp to try to provide some coverage and defense. But checkpoint 2 is going to be taken with ease, moving down to checkpoint 3, but not with Sammy coming through on that Kraken and then tap-shotting to get Glue out of the way. Holy smokes, that was too close for comfort.
It's still too close for comfort. There's 2 people around. Glue is hiding around, I believe, waiting for... Oh my goodness, you need to get down tower soon. They do just in time to sneak that, just enough momentum to get them to win. ULTRAKRILL played these last few ticks to perfection and got themselves a set win. They will be moving on to winners finals.
Dude, I thought those jumps, the markers for those jumps came at the same time, but one of the jumps was just infinitely faster to get to the tower and get it moving, because you could see from that point of view, from flying into the air, the second jump coming in, I was like, oh man, I think they're going to be too late. Like, I think by the time they land, Cherry Bomb is already going to be there to respond, because you could see a name from Cherry Bomb swimming up to the tower, coming up from behind it, in those final ticks, in those final unit points going down. So I don't know who it was. It must have somebody on ULTRAKRILL had just had so much jumping power to get in that quickly. Like, and I wish I could have seen who it was.
I wish I could have seen it too, but everything happens fast to where I thought once you got to game 2, and not to game 2, to 2 remaining, and I kind of heard in your voice too, I kind of felt the same way, that like, okay, maybe the push ends here. This is where ULTRAKRILL can back off, and then whatever Cherry Bomb does, whatever. But then I saw Glue right next to the tower, and I thought, oh my goodness, that is such a cheesy play. They just snuck onto the tower, and that was enough to get them in all the way through to winners finals. They're going to be waiting on the winner of Celestial, and all I ever wanted was a ROLLIE, which is, by the way, at game 5 as well. So at this point, we're waiting for the winner of that. But I mean, with how close round 3 has been between these 4 alpha bracket teams, this is going to be a very exciting set we have up in store for winners finals. It's going to be the rest of the losers bracket, with Clairvoyance going to be the one taking on Cherry Bomb.
Oh wow, okay, so Clairvoyance, yeah, wow, look at, wow. Okay, Clairvoyance is still in it. That's great. So 2-0 over Enchanting Aquatica, going against Cherry Bomb next. Whoever wins, so Insomniac Central is moving on. Big Fat Sea Cow is getting knocked out, which is really interesting, actually. Big Fat Sea Cow is getting knocked out. Clairvoyance still pushing their way up. So Clairvoyance is still trying to look to repeat that same third place standing that they had last month. Maybe improve it to get to second or possibly winning the whole thing. So certainly down but not out. And same with Cherry Bomb, down but not out. And I think a lot of notes to be taken from that fight that they just had with ULTRAKRILL. But listen up, folks. Nito, I got something that's really exciting coming up in September. Is we have Riptide.
Is it TC Inkbot?
No, it's not TC Inkbot. Get out of here. Riptide 2024 is coming up in September. It's on the 6th through the 8th. It's a 3-day event in Sandusky, Ohio. It is on pace to be one of, if not the largest Western lands ever in the US. So don't miss out on this amazing event. Come and sign up on StartGG for Riptide. The water park is awesome. Last year they did a really special thing for the Riptide attendees where they closed the water park for just us. So that included like anybody that was there for Riptide. Like the water park was ours for like 2 hours, which was such a cool thing. And I think made it a lot better for folks to get to enjoy the water park and not have to kind of like run into like families or whoever else is staying there. But guys, you gotta come. If you've never been to a land before, Riptide is a really fun time. You don't want to miss it. So go on to StartGG and sign up if you're interested in that.
Look, I'm going to tell y'all that when they say it's going to be one of the biggest lands in this side of the pond, you got to believe it. I've been to these lands before. Everyone shows up to these, and I think it's really awesome seeing everybody there. To some point, it is about the competition and of course seeing how well you can do in the bracket, but it's also about just being able to connect with everybody and being able to hang out for one weekend. And for many people, it's going to be at the beginning of their school semester, so this is like a nice little send-off for me. But I don't know, I'll be there. Saf, are you going to be there by chance?
Yeah, I'll be there too. And
yeah.
I believe our streamer Inky will maybe also be there. I'm sure he'll tell us, but you guys won't be able to hear them. But yeah, it sounds like Inky will also be there. So everybody on this broadcast will be there. And I believe actually our folks in Grand Finals who we have of our comms coming down the line will also be at Riptide. So you don't want to miss it, you guys. You don't want to miss it. It's such a fun time. It's so fun to hang out and meet folks and put faces to names and just, I don't know, if you really want to experience the Splatoon community offline, that is the way to do it. And that truly is what the Splatoon community is, like, on the inside. It's not the stuff that you see going on social media and whatnot. Like, the real stuff is at these lands.
The real stuff is going to be someone at the land holding a sign that says, "This is an even bigger sign." Hint, hint, it might be me. And hint, hint, you always yell out, "Are these two teams banned from LoLing at Grand Finals?" I'm going to be the one leading it this time. I will be at Riptide. I'm going to be the one leading it. But the good news is that
Rollie's back.
Yes, ROLLIE is making their second appearance on stream. May not be the last, and definitely won't be the last, because this is going to be Winners Finals, and everything is going to get started here on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen.
And I like that we've kind of gone full circle. We started the day off with Celestial and Adjusted Diamond Celestial having an insane, really short win over them, and Celestial being taken down, eventually being taken down by all I ever wanted was a Rollie. So we've come full circle, Nito. We've seen everybody that we've seen today at least twice, and having them come back in and mingle with folks that we get to see at a later time. So Rollie coming back onto the screen with us, which is I've come to learn is a pickup team of the folks from the team Prismatic, plus Jenny included as one of their subs. And then versus ULTRAKRILL, who we got to hang out with before. So like we were saying with Rollie, I think the person to be looking out for is going to be Tyrex again. with that 52 gal, and I'm wondering, especially with how aggressive that Bobe has been with their stamp and using the wiper, if they're going to try to just go in and immediately just kind of shut that down. But also I think it's going to be important to try to get Jenny to be shut down too. You don't want to be allowing the Dynamo to throw a bunch of ink out and then just consistently popping cooler either. So I think with how Rolly we've gotten to see them play, that what they do is a little bit more aggressive than what ULTRAKRILL was pulling off previously. So I'm wondering how that is going to be combated and like what information is going to be gathered here between these folks moving on down the line.
Well, I know that so Clairvoyance, I actually don't remember. I've been on this stream for a while, but Clairvoyance did face Rolly. And what Clairvoyance did was play a little bit play patient, which to some extent it did work, but what Rolly is going to be facing in ULTRAKRILL is, I believe, a totally different team. I mean, ULTRAKRILL, I've been talking about Bobe and Glue all day just because of how much they've been able to poke around. So this is a completely different team from Clairvoyance. I'm not quite sure what to expect here, but I know if anything, Zones Ramen is going to be a place where both of these teams need to test each other out. And for the case of Rolly, it's probably going to be a case to where they need to test them out fast.
Okay, well, finally we're going to be going into it. We're in winter. I believe this is winner's round. No, we're in. Thank you. Yeah, we're in winner's finals. I was like, well, I'm losing my words here. So we're in winner's finals. We are with All I Wanted Was a Rolly. And ULTRAKRILL opening up winners finals for us. And so again, ULTRAKRILL making no changes, and we see the exact same composition that All I Ever Wanted Was a Rolly had earlier. So you have Tri-Strikes, you have Crab, and you have Tyrex going down first.
And that Tyrex is also the one I was talking about earlier, but pretty nice pick there with the slosher. And that's going to be Rolly, or actually getting the first dibs on the zone, and a nice Zuka pick there. The Zuka getting a very long pick there for ULTRAKRILL, and ULTRAKRILL is going to go straight to work. This is the same positioning we saw Rolly take against, or same type of positioning we saw Rolly take against Clairvoyance, but Rolly actually gets control of his zone very quickly here, and you're going to see that same positioning again, but it's Tyrex who leads the way instead of Bobe, and Tyrex is going very aggressive on this heavy edit, but heavy edit ultimately able to get the last life there as they win the fight.
Yeah, using your maximum range, it really comes in handy, and it did right there for Sayel. The lead now being lost to Rolly from ULTRAKRILL. Bobe, though, had a great position to break back in, getting a pick and taking the zone back for ULTRAKRILL, leading the charge to get themselves back into the spawn of Rolly, forcing Jenny to actually jump out, which is because Jenny consistently has been playing pretty aggressively with this Dynamo and really good at maximizing their tools at their disposal. So once again, lead going to be taken back by ULTRAKRILL. It was a very short lead that Rolly had. And they're going to actually continue to extend this lead with a huge man advantage. But as I say that, I mean, it was an even trade. 2 members go down on ULTRAKRILL.
And that's what I mean by the mechanic advantage that Rolly has. I mean, Kid Link just pulled off a nice little pick there with the slosher. And Tyrex did, I believe, followed up with that as well. But that's the mechanical advantage that Rolly has there. What ULTRAKRILL needs to do in response is, I mean, just keep to this coordination we've been playing here. Keep to this ability to poke around as much as you can. Make sure you're always out of sight when it comes to these Rolly players, because they're so dangerous in 1v1 fights. But so far, it's going to be Rolly holding on to the zone. They might not be able to hold on to it for long if ULTRAKRILL is able to retake the zone. Tyrex is in a 3v1. Actually is able to take out one player before they go down themselves. The zone is still being contested here. Bobe actually sneaks by and assists there, but that might be enough for them to get control of the zone. It is.
Yeah, and with ULTRAKRILL having control of the zone here, and a huge advantage with members getting kind of delayed wiped from Rolly. You can see they're spreading out their resources really well here. They're trying to watch up on that snipe area, who's going to try to poke down from there. who's going to try to drop down, because you can see there Tyrex trying to drop down and to contest the zone. But Bobe there to try to meet them, but still breaking in and through, and Jenny giving so much ink for Tyrex to move around. So ROLLIE taking the zone back and once again finding advantage. It's literally like the same type of plays and moves are happening where it's like 2 members down, now we're in your spawn. But then
This has been the Oprah Winfrey of Splatoon fights and Splatoon matches, because everyone gets a lead here. And it might be ULTRAKRILL that gets this next lead here, just because they're actually gone with half of their penalty points already, or with a good chunk of their penalty points already. So with a minute to go, I think this could be the one where ULTRAKRILL takes it back. But I mean, look how fast ROLLIE's moving. They might be able to take it back before this phone gets contested, but it's still going to go back to ULTRAKRILL. They're going to get the lead. They've got Cooler. Expect them to go full throttle here, as it's only a few ticks left before they get themselves the win. 10 ticks left for them. They've got a few picks on the board, but actually both teams got a few picks on the board. Jenny's going to try to go around. Not enough. ULTRAKRILL takes game 1.
Yeah, that Booyah Bomb coming in and kind of forcing Jenny to have to jump off. I think, again, if time was on their side and they got a couple more flings out, I think that could have maybe second to suspend the zone points and see if there could have been like a contesting to happen. So unfortunately not for them, but ULTRAKRILL, a strong opening game, but it's not an easy one by any means, because like you said, everybody was getting I think people had lead at least like 3 or 4 times. Like, it was like, oh yay, oh, like a very ebb and flow and like peaks and valleys type game.
Let's go Splatooning! Aw,
yeah.
Dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Oh, okay, counterpick's already in. Oh, wow. That was quick. Okay, ROLLIE knows exactly what they want. I like seeing this confidence from a team.
Yeah, that was a really quick counter pick, probably the quickest one we've seen so far today. So that, again, those map modes that you have just in your pocket when you find yourselves in certain situations, and for ROLLIE being on this first counter pick choice, they want to counter pick Rainmaker onto Undertow. And with the changes that have been made in Undertow, I don't necessarily think that any one team will be more advantageous over the other. But I anticipate with ROLLIE not really changing their composition and immediately picking this as their counter pick, there has to be something up their sleeves that we just are waiting to find out about.
I mean, that last push where ROLLIE could have taken the zone there before ULTRAKRILL got control there, that was pretty scary just to being a spectator. So they play pretty fast there. They're gonna go Rainmaker Undertow because they want an objective where they can play fast. Splat zones maybe wasn't that objective, just because there is a stationary objective you got to focus on, and then also be able to push forward. And really, you're not going to be able to just you're never going to be able to take complete focus off of the objective. So Rainmaker, they still keep control of it, but ultimately that objective can still play along the rest of the weapons. Not, of course, not as much as a standard one or a standard weapon, but at this point they get to integrate that into how they play. So I think I see what ROLLIE's coming out with, but it's going to be very hard to pull it off against ULTRAKRILL, who, by the way, kept it very, very close in their match against Cherry Bomb and also a Rainmaker match.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too with picking Rainmaker. I think we did see that ULTRAKRILL counterpicked. Didn't ULTRAKRILL counterpicked Museum Rainmaker? No.
No, I think it was ULTRAKRILL actually. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Also, ULTRAKRILL also has been on the counter pick and picking Rainmaker. So that's also an interesting note for those of us that have been watching the broadcast. Maybe the folks here that are playing don't know that maybe this counter pick is actually also in favor for ULTRAKRILL.
ULTRAKRILL ultimately being the team that didn't win that Rainmaker. I think that was Cherry Bomb. I was able to sneak by win there, but
yeah,
ULTRAKRILL kept that badge very close. It was a sneaky pickup that Cherry Bomb had that got them to win there. So I don't know. I'm curious. That what ROLLIE has is definitely going to be something hiding up their sleeve. And it might be working out pretty well here. They actually got 2 players down. Jenny drops down with the roller, gets another pick, and both of these teams are going to be trading blows here in mid. But Tyrex is going to have to jump out. Kid Link is going to be trying to make something happen there, but ultimately goes down as well. Sale has picked up the Rainmaker, and this is going to be first dibs on the Rainmaker for ULTRAKRILL.
Oh man, what a unfortunate breakdown in communication there, because I'd imagine that when Tyrex was about to be jumping out, that Kid Ink was like, "No, I'm coming in," but then it was like, "Oh, I'm now in the middle of 3 people. What do I do? Nothing." So ULTRAKRILL having a really, really good response to that, a good rebuttal, as they now go 3 members down, get a few more points on the board, down to the 41, but not before ROLLIE. ROLLIE is going to actually collapse in on them on that right-hand side and just defend the Rainmaker until it resets. Probably waiting on some specials, waiting maybe for that cooler. You have all 3 specials, but cooler online for ROLLIE currently. So I bet it's you anything once we can get that cooler out. But yeah, it's immediately popped, but you also have Crab and Whale being popped at the same time with the follow-up from the cooler. So, man, I mean, I don't know, Nito, it just seems like ROLLIE hasn't really been able to break into the mid section much at all.
Yeah, and it's usually a story of both teams getting it. It's been the same story this whole set. One team gets a big push, the other team gets another one. And I think this might be the one where you're saying, but I mean, it's taken them 2 minutes for them to pick up the Rainmaker, and to that point, I mean, it also took ULTRAKRILL a minute. But Bobe actually sneaking by with the stamp, gets a pick on the Rainmaker. This is what I'm talking about, ULTRAKRILL's ability to disrupt the offensive push at any point with anything. I mean, Bobe just goes straight down the middle, going ham with a stamp. That's enough for ULTRAKRILL to stop ROLLIE dead on their tracks. So I don't know, ROLLIE hasn't found a response to that yet, and I see what they're trying to do here, at least trying to play to their strengths, but it's still not working out for them. ULTRAKRILL just proving too much for them to handle.
It's interesting to me that when using the stamper special, the stamp is either in the hands of the right person and it works, or it's just can be, quite honestly, a train wreck. And for right now, Bobe is on the latter half of that. Because Bobe's consistently getting really good picks with it. Not there, unfortunately, going down before the stamp could really do any damage. So ULTRAKRILL was trying to get something cooking there, but finally a breakdown by ROLLIE to try to prevent that from happening. Now finding themselves with a lot of paint in mid, hoping for maybe some more wind in their sails. They want to try to push this right-hand side, which I feel if you had a little bit more offensive pressure, you could do that. But since, like you said, ULTRAKRILL so far has been really good at putting a stop to that offense.
And there's Bobe around the side.
There we go. They barely touch the pedestal. They don't quite pop it yet. You can see the Rainmaker carrier barely made it to the top before getting taken down. So that Rainmaker is just going to sit quietly against the pedestal there until we can see if ROLLIE can try to break in, or we can get a reset happening. But this is actually a very advantageous for the Rainmaker to be for ULTRAKRILL.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. They've actually got the left side painted up very well, expecting them to just start driving it up that left side of the map. But I mean, this is ULTRAKRILL has just been doing so well to where they don't need to play so aggressively on the offensive side. It's going to be Sale here who keeps the Rainmaker, keeps it in a bit of a holding pattern here, as you see 2 players go down on the side of ULTRAKRILL. But I mean, they haven't had to play so offensively. They've got it past the pedestal because they know if ROLLIE tries to make another push at any point soon, which they will have to, they can stop it if they need to. Need you to keep an eye on Boba, because that's going to be the one that probably stops it. I mean, I've seen Sale also make some clutch stops or two in the previous sets, so I don't know. They didn't actually pick up the Rainmaker before that thing reset, but they got the Crab now. They should be able to get a few more specials on the board here soon for an overtime push.
Yeah, and with Bobe coming in with that stamp, there they go, trying to just get an opening, maybe cause some distraction. Yeah, no pickup to be had there. But I think again, you have Bobe though coming in to prevent that, because there were 2 different people over there for Bobe to try to come at, and so you're also keeping your eyes on objective, but then you're also running from the thing that's coming up behind you, which happens to be Bobe with the stamp consistently. So again, ULTRAKRILL taking us into game 3. That's 2 games under their belt and set point, might I add.
Wow, that's okay. Now, if I'm ROLLIE, this is an interesting situation to be in, because they came out with this first counter pick so fast that they knew they had to have something in mind. Otherwise, this was the most random pick, and it actually happened to somewhat work for them. But now this one's already taken a while for them to pick. So now ROLLIE, regardless of what that last pick was, now they're starting to think about this just a little bit more thoroughly, and because whatever they had in mind clearly doesn't work against ULTRAKRILL. And if I had to guess, whatever they pick somehow has Bobe in mind.
Yes, 100%. That is the person that you need to be looking out for and watching for. But you know what? I also want to say, I think a lot of where Bobe's support comes from is coming from Sael. Because Sael is constantly throwing so much paint down, constantly having Cooler at their side, and they are so good at utilizing their maximum range for the head it. So I think taking out Bobe is a good thought, but I also think taking out that paint weapon and that support weapon will also be a huge thorn in the side for Bobe to want to feel confident to go forward. So I don't know what change ROLLIE wants to try to make, but it's interesting to see how impressive ROLLIE was in terms of aggression and breaking in and getting into really key positions when we got to see them earlier on the stream. And it's interesting to watch ULTRAKRILL completely break that down.
Oh man, you talk about things being used to their full range and their full potential. It kind of reminds me of how dill pickles can be used on or alongside sandwiches, burgers, and hot dogs. There's just so much they can be used for. And their own range makes it to where they can be sold as pickles alone, because some people will buy pickles by themselves. I find that to be a little weird. But what I don't find to be a little weird is actually going to be the counter pick we have lined up. That's Splat Zones on Mako Mart. Oh, okay. You know what? No, wait. I'm thinking about this one now. But okay, I can kind of see it. Although ultimately, I think it's still going to work out in favor of ULTRAKRILL, just because it is a short range map. But I don't know. I'm interested in what ROLLIE is thinking here. We switch it back into Splat Zones, which is a map, which is actually a mode where ROLLIE had a bit more success in than they did in Rainmaker. So I think I see why they picked Splat Zones.
Well, didn't we have a 3-0 sweep where ROLLIE won all the Splat Zones games?
Oh, right, because I started thinking to some extent that this was going to be a zones-only match, a zones-only tournament.
But yeah, but still, it's interesting. We such a dominating presence on those zones games. But still, again, ULTRAKRILL coming in and breaking down what was working for them, and especially because last time ROLLIE won on Splat Zones Robo Ramen, I believe. So, yes. So it's one of those things when you're facing a different opponent and how it gets broken down like that. It's just like, it's so interesting to me. So it's like, what kind of changes do ROLLIE need to make here? Especially because a lot of the some of the weaponry that ULTRAKRILL is using was what they were playing against previously. So it's like a different weapon pool, I guess, that they're like having a time against and having a struggle against.
Yeah, no, I am yawning because I'm operating on about 6 to 7 hours, or not. That's generous. 5 to 6 hours of sleep. But to your point, they did sweep on Mako, or not just on Mako's, but on zones, Splat Zones in general against Clairvoyance. But I don't know. ULTRAKRILL is bringing something to the table that Clairvoyance did, and that's just going to be, I mean, you'll look at Bobe at some point throughout this matchup and you'll see exactly what I mean. But both teams are going to pull out a similar comp to what they've been running. I like that that's going to be a Neo machine that actually comes out with Bazooka. So they did bring that out in the Tower Mako game. They seem to like Neo machine on Mako, and I think I like it too. But with Splat Zones coming up, I have to think that ROLLIE is going to make a different approach, especially when you go 2 players down right off the gate.
Yeah, and Glue coming in strong here to try to help Bobe and follow up and take Jenny down. And Jenny being caught in between a rock and a hard place and getting absolutely pincered by 2 numbers from ULTRAKRILL. Still having some help from that cooler, but it doesn't really matter though, as Bobe comes in and breaks through. ULTRAKRILL still holding on to the zone, but it doesn't really look like there's anybody, there's people there to defend it, but like, they're kind of just like waiting for ROLLIE to come in, but it seems like ROLLIE was wanting to get those tri-strikes online, so you have Itch who has to back up because 3 members of ULTRAKRILL going down, like what are you gonna do with that? And so now ROLLIE being on the front foot, taking own for themselves and having no penalty points standing in their way here. So it could be an easy lead flip for them if they're careful.
Yeah, and the way ROLLIE is positioned right now, they're getting ready to just hold on to this dear life. It's working. I mean, the pick is at least working out very well for them. But Kildee, they're getting a little bit too greedy with how they're trying to get that opening, or trying to get a few picks on the board. But, I mean, ULTRAKRILL ultimately going back to how well they've been doing earlier. And they actually got a few more picks now. Now, ROLLIE is going to be looking a bit disadvantageous here, especially going 3 players down. ULTRAKRILL should be reducing those penalty points down to 0 very soon. That should give them more opportunities to get themselves back on the board. Unless we have a counter push like this. Is it enough to paint the zone? Is it enough to get them into the lead? Is it enough to get reversal here before ULTRAKRILL gets the lead? It is.
I liked Kildee using Kildee, there it is. Using their crab tank to kind of usher the members of ULTRAKRILL away from the zone and kind of push them over to the left-hand side. That was really fun to watch. It's fun when you get to see the names on the screen because it's like you're watching a lot of that movement in action of like people getting displaced or pushed out of the way. So ROLLIE finally here to try to make a statement. The lead is theirs. There's no penalty points in the way. They are at a huge disadvantage here, so they might lose the zone, unfortunately. But still, 19 points on the board, a 20-point lead, and some change with the penalty for ULTRAKRILL. But ULTRAKRILL is at a set point here, so they want to end this so quick, Nito. They want this to be over, but ROLLIE wants to keep on rolling.
I mean, they want to book their ticket to Grand Finals as quickly as they can. So expect them to be coming out with absolutely everything here. But ROLLIE finally finds these responses they've been looking for. And it looks like ROLLIE started to wake themselves up just a little bit more. This may have been the pick they've been looking for, and a counter pick they've been looking for. They've already got a few players, actually gone down a few players. Tyrex now left to their own devices here to try to survive this matchup as they actually back up here. But this is looking pretty good for ROLLIE here. They just need to make sure, with how well they've been able to execute their entry pushes and how well they've been able to retake control of the zone, they need to back themselves up more on that and rely more on that. And even if ULTRAKRILL gets the lead, they need to remember that they can still get the lead back. They've been so well at this.
Yeah, keeping cool under the pressure to take the lead back, and they've been doing it consistently, and once again taking the zone back into their favor. Only a few points separating them from ULTRAKRILL and the lead. But you have that crab tank online, already a lot of displacement for ULTRAKRILL being on that back end, and 2 people going down. I believe there's a flank happening over on the right-hand side there, coming from Tyrex. Ooh. Actually over on the right, taking 2 members of ULTRAKRILL down, so definitely putting a thorn in the side there and taking the penalty points down in the process. But not before you have Bobe trying to follow up with that stamp, not finding value on the 2 members in the zone, unfortunately, so ROLLIE is wanting to take us into a Game 3 so bad, but ULTRAKRILL does not want them to do it, and they're going to do anything that they can to try to prevent it. They gave them just a brief penalty there to try to extend the game just a little bit more, but with a man disadvantage, a huge delayed wipe for ULTRAKRILL, I think ROLLIE is going to force us into Game 4.
Oh my goodness, still closer, it's still closer. They don't neutralize it in time. That's going to be a Game 4 we're going to head towards, and my goodness, this is top of the line action we've got here, because for the last 2 games, and for a good portion of Game 3, mind you, this was all in the favor of ULTRAKRILL, and we were possibly looking at ending this here at Game 3 and moving on to Grand Finals, but ROLLIE comes back with the Mako Zones counter pick and immediately gets themselves straight back into work. This is a much different ROLLIE than I saw the last 2 games, just because of how well they coordinated the specials and especially those openings here, and continuing this tradition of coming out with counter picks very quickly. I believe the next one's already coming up here. It's going to be Clam Blitz on Crab Leg Capital.
Okay, so this is where ULTRAKRILL wants to counterpick and try to see if they can take the win. I gotta say, I wasn't gonna expect this to be the game-winning map mode that they want to try to go with. And I'm curious as to why. I just want to be a part of the conversation, you know? I want to be a part of the conversation so bad of, like, why people do the things that they do and, like, understand. And so I think, like, with what ULTRAKRILL has been working with so far, I think that this could be a really good option for them. And I think, especially with having Bobe on that stamp, that's going to be the huge opener to push them into the basket when it makes sense. And having the Booyah Bomb, too, from Glue, if we're sticking with those vanilla Glugas, that's also going to be really helpful for opening up the basket for some damage to be done from ULTRAKRILL. But I think there's something to be said, though, about what's happening over with ROLLIE, for example, because the last time we've been seeing ROLLIE play Clam Blitz, consistently Tyrex has been a force to be reckoned with on Clam Blitz games. So where is the change going to be happening? Where is the key plays and points happening here? Still being in set point for ULTRAKRILL. I mean, who's to say? Who knows? Who knows where it's going to take us?
I do want to point out with the game feed that we also have, it seems like Sale and Bobe have been a little hesitant to get all readied up. So Sale, I don't think changes anything, but Bobe, or not Bobe, sorry, that was Glue. That's Glue that's taken a while to decide things. So I don't know if Glue goes back to the Glue Deco and gives ULTRAKRILL a bit of range to work with, just so they know that if they back up with the Zuka, they still have that Zuka to rely on. Make sure ROLLIE can still be dealt with from a distance. I think that's the kind of swap out we're going to see here as we head into Game 4, which again is Clam Blitz on Crab Leg. ULTRAKRILL still holding on to match point, but ROLLIE might have the might have the answers here. Might finally have the answers here, and might finally bring the fight to ULTRAKRILL.
Yeah, and I think having that Booyah Bomb to try to combat the Crab Tank is going to be huge here, because a lot of the high ground being taken by Crab Tank, there's so many good positions for Crab Tank to be, so you definitely need a special that can kind of just bust that open before it can even get started, and Booyah Bomb is just such a versatile special for that reason, for getting to displace, but also to try to shred different objects and structures and things, so definitely going to be useful there. But as of now, you're going to see the opening statements being made. Tyrex already having that Whale online, trying to launch that, displace, and get some poking damage into the base area of ULTRAKRILL. 2 members of ULTRAKRILL going down here. ROLLIE having a really good opening start. Make it 3 members. You can see that last one all the way pushed back, just trying to utilize a suction bomb here to just hold back whatever they can. But with Tyrex having that wall online, they are going to be the ones to be the ball carrier and provide like a little bit of a defensive barrier there for ROLLIE to try to instigate and initiate a little bit more. But I don't think they're going to have a lot of space to really work with here, as only a single pop is made.
And only a single pop does ROLLIE need. I mean, they still have 2 players all the way up. I mean, you got Kid Link and Jenny there ready to get some pokes through if they need to. And that's enough. They're actually kind of playing ULTRAKRILL's game here, to where all they need to do is keep poking, making sure ULTRAKRILL is always on their feet. They're always wary and always watching the ROLLIE, and that makes them slow to get themselves back into control. So I think ROLLIE is starting to play more into ULTRAKRILL's game and saying, we can do it better. but ULTRAKRILL has the cooler, has 2 picks on the board, although they do see Boba go down. Sale might be able to get a pick on kill. Here actually backs up enough, not enough actually for them to be saved. Tyrex might go down as well. So they've got the picks to make them, The question is, do they have enough confidence in themselves to make more of these pushes? Because so far, ULTRAKRILL just hasn't been as quick as we've seen them be earlier.
Yeah, but I think this might be the wind in their sails that they were looking for, as they got a really awesome opening, but the bowel did not make contact with the basket there. You can see a one suction bomb trying to follow up and maybe prevent anybody from ROLLIE to try to hold on to that ball or just kind of camp the ball. Unfortunate throw coming in from ULTRAKRILL, not a basket break whatsoever. And 3 members going down, Sayel being the last one standing, with Cooler coming out as their friends respawn back in. Luckily, though, no power clam on the board for ROLLIE to do any more damage to ULTRAKRILL. But man, what a breakdown that was. That's unfortunate.
That's going to be very unfortunate indeed, because now ULTRAKRILL ULTRAKRILL's having to play a bit of damage control here just to get themselves, or get some more people out of enemy territory. This is what, I mean, even with how much ULTRAKRILL got there, ROLLIE is still presenting a threat to where even if they back up, ULTRAKRILL's taking a lot of time to get those players out of their own territory. So ULTRAKRILL is still being put on the back foot here as ROLLIE, even unintentionally, as ROLLIE is still, I mean, this 80 remaining doesn't look like much, and to be honest, it isn't much, especially in Clan Blitz, where things can change drastically within a second here. But it's enough right now to hold on to it and prove to be threatening enough to ROLLIE. But as I say that, ULTRAKRILL scores their first points of the game. Not going to be able to follow that up on it, though, which means they will continue to have a deficit here.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the amount of time that it takes for ROLLIE to kind of reposition and recalibrate themselves, because and when I say that, what I mean by that is that it takes them no time at all, because you blink and already the map was blue. They take down 1 or 2 people and they're already back in and ready to respond to that man advantage. However, I just think, again, with ULTRAKRILL has been so good about keeping their economy up and keeping clams on their side and just trying to form balls and things as quickly as they can. But I think at this point, ROLLIE, it just seems like they're reacting just a little bit faster. And this is a pretty even game here, as you can see at the top here. Only 1 score being made each, and obviously if you can't get that other clam in to just try to suspend that tie, it's going to turn into a 1-point difference here. And so Kildy in a great position here to take 2 different folks down, preventing ULTRAKRILL from really getting any more momentum there to push anything. So if they can't get a ball in line, then yeah, I mean, the most neutral clams game I've ever seen, but ROLLIE's going to take us to a game 5.
And just like that, 1 score was all it took for ROLLIE to win the game. I mean, if tiebreaker, if the game didn't immediately break ties for you, this would have gone, I think, another 3. This may have gone another 3 minutes, with how neutral both of these teams were playing. So, what we have to do, and what I think ULTRAKRILL has to consider for Game 5 now, is really just any short range map, and really any map to which they can go ham, because they give ROLLIE too much distance. Then that means ROLLIE can use that to their. They know how to play. They know how to play slow enough to where it doesn't matter if you pick this long range map. We'll use it to our advantage. We're playing your game now, and now you don't have a response to your own game. We have Jenny here. We also have Kidlink with the slosher. We're playing your game. You don't have a response. That's going to work to our advantage. So ULTRAKRILL they have a lot of things to consider coming up with this counter pick.
But it's so incredible to me that based on those 2 first games that we saw, like, it was all ULTRAKRILL all the way down the line. But ROLLIE was able to recalibrate so well that we are now in a game 5 and looking at the idea of a reverse sweep. We're talking about it, which is important. But the counter pick there's still, I believe some discussion is still being had, but now the counter pick finally being made. Oh my goodness gracious, Nito, we have a problem. I'm going to literally cut your debit card up right in front of you, and I'm going to hand you mine so that you can do the same. Because, guys, once again, we're going back to Barnacle and Dime to close out the winners finals, and we're playing Clam Blitz again.
It's almost tradition. It's almost tradition here on the Lowing stream to close sets out on the one and only Clam Blitz, Barnacle and Dime, because okay, Barnacle, my beloved. Shout outs to Falco. I mean, okay. I did say you wanted a map where you can just go all out, go ham, do whatever you want. This, I think, is probably it. I mean, this is the map where they did make changes to it to where you get more opportunities to flank and maybe get a little sneak in. So maybe that's what they're also considering. But most of this is pretty flat. I mean, let's just go ham. Let's see what ULTRAKRILL does. And we're going to take a little bit of gamble here and see what these teams can do.
And I think, too, ROLLIE, I think another thing to look out for here is that ROLLIE had a really good time on Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime last time that they came here. So it's I like that I like that they're gonna go back. It's one of those informational things where ULTRAKRILL picked that as the counter pick. However, again, ROLLIE did really well here last time they were here. So it's like, you are once again presumably counterpicking into an advantageous thing for both teams. So it's it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
It's hard to say. It really is hard to say. And here at IPL, we don't know what to say. Because it's hard to say. But...
And I says to him, and he says this to me, I says, no changes made on either side. Glue is still actually going to be holding on to those vanilla glue guns there. And already clams being gathered. It's going to just be an open, all-out fight in the mid until we can get a good advantage and economy going. Just like last time. But Tyrex finding a nice double pick. That's going to be huge for ROLLIE. Make it 3, looking in for 4. Look at this, a 3v1 onslaught as ROLLIE collapses in on the court area of ULTRAKRILL with a power clam at their disposal. They just gotta get in close to make contact.
And this is ULTRAKRILL's counter pick, but ROLLIE knows their own exact. Kilby gets first dibs on the tower. They're gonna get a few more clams. Can they get the pick on Glue? No, that splash wall is enough to defend them from what could have been a dangerous pick there. But that's going to be that only one power clam that's going to go to ROLLIE's favor, rather. Jenny actually gets 2 picks. Might make it 3. Salem's in a bit of a precarious spot here, but not enough. That Trizuka is enough to clean it up, and then some.
Yeah, and thankful for the Trizuka there to try to help out for coming out from Itch there and taking one more pick, looking in to try to push Kid Link out of here with the oh my gosh, with the torpedo to follow up. What an awesome little pincer to happen between Itch and the torpedo being thrown out by Bobe there. So ULTRAKRILL gonna try to take one from ROLLIE's book here, now finding themselves in a good position to try to follow up, and 2 members down at that. But with that killer whale coming out from Tyrex, that was huge and really prevented and slowed down that push to come out from that ball. So we're seeing a repeat of what happened last time, Nito, and we have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes to go, and it's almost the exact same score. It is the exact same score. No, yeah, because ULTRAKRILL ultimately lost that set, but both teams have only scored 1 power clam, so that means ROLLIE gets the lead because they scored first. But I mean, this has been the story of this whole set. Everything else, the score is neutral. Everything else is just a game. How many picks can we get on the opposing team, and can we take advantage of it? And this is what we're going to see throughout the rest of this set. ROLLIE takes the lead, and funnily enough, with a set like this, it's unbelievable to where an 80 remaining plus 10 is enough for you to win the game. but I mean, it's probably going to get a little bit more as Guilty builds a power clam. They've gone up to 70 remaining. That's actually the most points scored in a Clam Blitz match this entire set, I want to point out.
Yeah. Getting it down to the 67, that is now the most there, but Jenny had a really awesome pick going in and collapsing in and taking someone down. You had 3 members go down on the side of ULTRAKRILL, so ROLLIE was in a great position to try to follow up and get just a few more clams in on the board there. Very similar penalties though, might I add, even though with the point difference that we have. But very similar in penalty. As you can see here, ULTRAKRILL has 2 power clams online, but so does ROLLIE. I mean, the economies are actually identical at this point. So again, it's like you said, it's like one team gets a really good push, even if it's just a few points, but then it's back to just an all-out brawl until one team can actually get a really good play in to try to get something to work. But until then, it's just kind of a scrappy fight until we can get something moving.
Ooh, oh man, there takes a wrong angle there, and that leaves ROLLIE with. But so far, there's still Glue to look forward to, but Glue jumps out in time. Minute to go on the clock. There is enough for a power clam on the side of ROLLIE. But this is the same position you've been taking all game, making sure they put Jenny at the top there. Jenny just does so, especially with his Dynamo, does so well taking fights, even if they get very up close and personal. But expect Jenny to make a little move around these few players. Blue is going to provide a bit of trouble to Jenny. It is enough for that stop. Bobe goes down. Blue and Ish in a bit of trouble here as Guilty tries to make some moves with the dualies. Blue actually gets the pick there, but even with these numbers, even with these picks that ULTRAKRILL are getting, they haven't been able to find out the extra jolt of energy needed to get a power clam to the opposing basket, and especially not going to find it now, as for 15 seconds left on the clock. ROLLIE has enough to where they can open this clam, and that will be enough for them to win the game if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, I think another thing to note is that consistently you would see ULTRAKRILL having clams in their possession, but then as soon as the man advantage was taken by ROLLIE, their clams immediately dissipated. So we're in the overtime push here right now, and all we really need is for one more clam to be thrown in there to try to end it. But I mean, the score is so significant at the moment for ROLLIE here, so Nito, I mean, we have a clam online. Can Bobe get across? It's uncertain, but the reverse sweep by ROLLIE is successful, and they are punching their ticket on the train to grand finals. Wowie zowie.
This started out as 2-0 in favor of ULTRAKRILL, and the game 3, I thought that was going to be the deciding one, because I thought ROLLIE had met their match. Turns out, ULTRAKRILL met their match. ROLLIE completes the reverse sweep. They're going to grand finals, but, I mean, all of this is ROLLIE playing ULTRAKRILL's game for the longest time. That was them just poking over and over again, and ultimately ended up working out for them.
Yeah, I greatly enjoyed how strong ULTRAKRILL had us going in the opening there, but again, it's the power of being a competitive player is knowing how to recalibrate and reallocating your resources, and that's exactly what ROLLIE did, and ultimately leading us into the reverse sweep and going into grand finals. So wow, I mean, what a showing to be had there, and that was extremely entertaining for us to get to watch ROLLIE again. So congratulations to them for getting to move on, but for Nito, for us, that's gonna be it. We're finally gonna be moving forward down the line on that bracket.
Sorry, what?
We're free. We're released from the shackles of the Low Ink Gay 2024 Pride Month, the Pride Low Ink Month podcast broadcast session. Yeah.
Live stream.
Yeah. But you guys, you can't go anywhere yet, okay? Like, look at this. Alpha bracket's still going on. You don't want to miss it. You want to be watching ROLLIE and who is going to fight with ROLLIE, because when we look down into the losers finals, it could be ULTRAKRILL again. It could be. Yes. There is an opportunity for it. So, I mean, only who's to say, but you know what, Nito, in terms of where our folks at home can find you at, what are the socials? If I were to open a web page and look you up, what would I do? Look
up Nito Splatoon. Or you can go to my socials. I'm on Twitter at Nito_Splatoon. Unused, Blue Sky at Nito Unused, and Twitch at Nito Unused. And if you want to find me, I'm actually going to stay a little bit and watch the grand finals, because I heard that at the end of grand finals there's a bit of a special announcement, so maybe stay tuned for that. But where can the good people of Splatoon and Bath and Body Works and the Pickle fan club find you?
Oh man, I mean, if you look and read the label, you can find me at Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's at Safirea on Twitter. You can find me over on Splatoon Tourney later tonight for the Ludi Tonight broadcast on Sunday nights. So I'll be there at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, if that is of interest to you. So I will be talking about Splatoon all day today. So if you want to go and check that out, that would be great. But next up, we're going to be watching loser semifinals. We're welcoming Nox and Popgun onto the mic. You don't go anywhere. Alpha Bracket, Low Ink, June 2024 continues.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink, June 2024. I am Popgun, joined by Nox, who is sitting on the floor of their living room on a laptop that doesn't have Ethernet connection because that's how dedicated they are to commentating Low Ink here today.
Yeah, lots of tech issues today. Just how it goes sometimes. At some point, I'll probably run between sets and grab a pillow to sit on, maybe. There's options, probably. It's fine. That's how it goes. But we're going to be getting into it here with Insomniac Central and Clairvoyance.
Yes. So Clairvoyance finished in 3rd place last month, and that wasn't good enough to get them Div 4, so they're back here again. Insomniac Central is a team I probably should have looked up in between things, but they did play last month, so maybe I should use this time to figure that out myself, how they actually did. It's definitely not a team I'm used to seeing. That's
fair. What I'm noticing from Clairvoyance is another person named Nox, which is actually extremely uncommon. Not used to running into that at all.
So Insomniac Central made Alpha Bracket last time, and you wouldn't know it because they lost in Losers Round 1. Zestfest beat them 2-1, and then 789 beat them 2-0 in Round 1. So obviously, the difference a month makes. They're much better.
Yeah.
They're guaranteed 4th place at worst now.
Yeah.
So that's quite the glow up. And for Clairvoyance, they're looking to get back to Losers Finals, which is where they lost last time to Zestfest. Both these teams lost to Zestfest last month. Zestfest now banned.
Well, that'll do it. Get rid of the team that beats you.
Thank the TOs. Or the Ludi TOs, I guess.
Yeah. Somebody's to thank, probably.
So this is a best of 3. We are dipping our toes into the losers bracket. This is the only best of 3 you will see, so don't worry. Everything else from here on out will be 5 after this one, which means you cannot mess around. There's no getting to know your opponent. You need to come out swinging to start the game. And by the way, shout out to these 2 teams who have been patiently waiting because I held up their set because we wanted winter finals to end first, and that one went to a game 5. So there you go.
But it's always great when you're able to show the losers finals, show how that leads in losers semis and losers finals, show how that leads in to grands, help build up that narrative, help people see how the tournament actually goes for the teams playing it.
Both these teams are on 3-match winning streaks. They came into this one in losers round 2, and they've won 3 in a row. Something's got to give here as we go into game 1. Stamper Blaster combo coming out here for the Splatoon game. And is that the Luna Blaster that has the hammer in Fizzy Bomb? I think it is, to go along with 3 side order weapons.
Makes sense. Definitely going to be an interesting comp to see how it works. Tri-Stringer, not a weapon we see a ton of. Along with the couple weapons we do see quite a bit of. They should have good area of control, but so should Clairvoyance. Clairvoyance having more range to do that with them. They're going to have, so Insomniac Central is going to have to play pretty aggressive to make this work.
With Tri-Stringer, I see that as if you actually put time into that thing, you're going to be good with it. But if you're not willing to dedicate a lot of time to it, you're going to suck. Like, Erito is kind of the example of what happens when you actually master that thing. It can be a really good weapon. It's just nobody really puts any time into it.
Well, because it's so punishing when it goes wrong. If anything goes wrong when you have a Tri-Stringer, it's so hard to recover from. And we see both Zipcasters out right now trying to displace members, but the Zipcaster for Clairvoyance did go down, making it even harder for them to break back in. Kraken coming out, chasing people around on zone, not probably going to be able to find anything, though, at this point.
It should chase some players away from the zone, but nobody, the rest of Clairvoyance didn't go in there with them. That's going to be the game. Clairvoyance forgot to kind of show up here in game 1. That one didn't last long at all, my goodness.
No. Not at all. They didn't seem to have the clairvoyancy to see ahead in that one. Sure, I'll run with that.
And Insomniac Central hasn't been asleep. They didn't sleep on this one.
No, why would they? They're not good at it. Not their skill set.
There we go. Yikes.
Well,
Clairvoyance. Again, they finished 3rd place last month. They get to make a counter pick, and I'm going to type !! bracket into the chat so that I can look at the rest of this bracket here and see what the run Clairvoyance has been on. Because I think they've played at least one No, they have not played a game 3 yet. They've swept everybody in loser's side. Blood Moon, Enchanting Aquatica, aka Rogueport Rascals, Cherry Bomb, they swept them all. Versus Insomniac Central, who's won back-to-back game 3s. So this is the first time Clairvoyance has made a counter pick as far as the loser's bracket is concerned. They did get swept out by all I ever wanted was a rolly earlier in the side of bracket. So, by the way, get used to that. That team's in green, so we got.
Oh, good. I actually don't know that song. It's rare. Usually the teams do pick songs I know.
We'll talk about it in grands, but
yeah we'll have time later.
There is a lot to talk about. It turns out that team's actually good, and they're not just the meme.
Rare with names like that.
Splat Zones at Robo Ramen is the counter pick coming out here from Clairvoyance. They're like, look, all we were kind of missing there was the wrong map. We had the right mode. Okay, so they use the Kraken at the end there as a desperation thing. Kraken and Hagglefish works out really well if you have people follow it up, but nobody was there to even attack the zone, even though everybody got chased out. Here we go again. Same exact comps from both teams. Yep, nothing changing.
Yep, nothing really changing here. We're going to be getting into it. Always fun weapons. Well, mostly fun weapons to see. We do already see a Stamper go down there. Lots of paint coming out from Prince onto the zone. Really great awareness to know that they need to help cover paint, and they probably normally would on a splatter shot with that comp. Not that splatter shot doesn't paint. You don't usually need it to. And Insomniac Central is holding no punches back.
A little bit of a busted opening there from Clairvoyance. They had their pencils stay back to paint up their spawn for the soda, so be it. But they had everybody else rush in to take a fight anyways, and they got punished for it. Now they're stuck having to play from behind, using this Kraken to try chase some players out here, and it looks like they've stalled things out. But unless they get some splats, this is going to stay into Insomniac Central's control, and it looks like it will be the case right now, as Wings has yet to be displaced by anything. He's getting a little bit too comfortable with that bow.
Yeah, when you have that bow, if you find the right spot to set up and your teammates are good at keeping people off of you, the area of control you have is so massive, especially with that Luna Blaster helping, that Splatter Shot helping, and the Stamper. Just a lot of things that are on those front lines, but we do see Clairvoyance finally get a cap, not really taking anyone out in the process, so I'm not expecting it to be the longest cap. But as I say that, looks like we might see some range blaster shenanigans.
Yeah, Red kind of trying to make a hero play there by themselves, allowing... who is this? Clairvoyance. That's who it is. Hey, Clairvoyance is actually doing pretty decent now.
Yeah.
That's why I was a little caught off guard. But yeah, they got control of zone. But they're able to build up some specials because they got that splat on Red earlier, and that's going to allow them to hold on to things a little bit longer. Here comes the Zipcaster. Red back again, getting bombarded by everything. And now we're starting to see Insomniac Central starting to feed a little bit here. And they don't really have anything to work with. They're going to have like the killer whale.
Yeah,
but that's not really going to do much.
Luna managing to find a good off angle there, coming into zone. Hammer finding another. That Hammer just playing cleanup. Not a special we're used to seeing get many picks, but working out beautifully for them there. And now they just need a solid hold to take back that lead. And they have the sub-weapons to do it. They do have really good sub-weapons to hold space with without needing to be too aggressive. And the Tri-Stringer, of course, is going to be able to give them a ton of chip damage.
That's the benefit of having the Luna Blaster Neo, is it does have the Fizzy Bomb. The problem is you're stuck with the Luna Blaster and Hammer. But how is this? This makes no sense. Physics has nothing on what we're looking at right now. That made absolutely no sense, and they still got away with it from a trade.
Yeah.
Please, scientists, explain that to me.
How does the hitbox work there, game? Please. That's not quite right. Zuka coming out, managing to find a pick on the Stringer, trying to find the Hammer, not going to be able to. Going to have to rush into zone to try and do anything, but not going to be enough, and that's Insomniac Central taking the set.
Clairvoyance just never really got established at any point in that game, and even when they did get control of zone, once it got wrestled away from them, it just escaped, and they could never really find their balance. But, I mean, what do you do about that? Like, if somebody's hiding in 1 centimeter of ink, are you supposed to be paranoid enough to paint every single square inch of them? Oh, there's a little dab of purple. Yeah. There might be somebody hiding in there. Like, of course you can't just assume somebody's there. So that's just kind of the unfortunate shark that benefited them. And Insomniac Central dominated.
Very lucky shark, not something that typically would work out. They just got very lucky with hitboxes, because I am sure under most circumstances that does not work out.
So Insomniac Central who finished dead last in Alpha Bracket, mind you. After going 4-2 in May, they have now improved so much that they are now in losers finals. They are getting podium, no matter what.
Always a good feeling to know you're guaranteed podium.
It is.
Takes a level of pressure off. But also, you really want that first place. You don't want second or third. Third feels less bad than second, in my personal opinion. But
hold on, let me digest with you. Third feels less bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so it all depends on
expectations.
Yes. So like Insomniac Central, this is already a massive glow up. So if they finish third place,
they're happy.
Yes. Versus, I think what you're trying to get at is the mindset of if they do get to grand finals, then they're just like, damn, we were that close.
Yeah, it feels bad to lose at the last second, to me. Like, obviously, you want to do as well as you can. But in my experience, every time I've gotten third in something, and every time I've gotten second in something, the third has hurt less. Now, bear in mind, that was with mostly horseback competitions. Haven't placed that well in Splatoon, generally. So a little different.
Okay,
could help that I like the color of the third place ribbon better. There could have been an ulterior motive.
But so the horseback thing, is that like a judging contest, or is it like a, oh, well, you clearly, you like clearly were ahead of the other one?
It was judging. It was based off of what judges thought of you, and how you rode and how your horse behaved, which is always great because there's no bias in how people talk about or think through things.
But you're not competing directly, like you can't block another horse or something.
Oh, no, you can. There are other people in the ring for the kind of showing I did. You could absolutely cut them off and mess things up for them. It was rude to, but you could. It was against etiquette.
Well, I'm just trying to find the comparison to Splatoon here.
No, absolutely. The comparison is your horse is your carry that sometimes just chooses to throw for fun.
Just random.
Just there's a plastic bag, and that's the scariest thing ever.
Well,
and so now we can't do anything right.
Well, speaking of,
and that's not their fault, but
it is. Made a weird segue. So speaking of not doing anything right, but both these teams have been doing everything.
Yeah,
right.
To get this far.
Insomniac Central took only one L all day yesterday. They went 5-1.
It's pretty good.
The team they lost to just so happens to be ULTRAKRILL in all capital letters here. Actually, I think regardless, I think we're about to see history here. Let me see. Does ROLLIE? How many players does ROLLIE have? ROLLIE has 5 because they included.
Oh, they're all not giant rosters.
There's in Splatoon 3's history of low ink, there's never been a team of just 4 players that has won the tournament. And we're looking at 2 teams that are right here.
Could happen.
Exactly 4 players. ROLLIE has 5 because they technically gained a sub at one point over the tournament. Yesterday, I believe. So that would count. But still, ULTRAKRILL and Insomniac Central. Now, ULTRAKRILL did not even make Alpha Bracket last month. They made was just spank Alpha Bracket silly, and they beat Beta Bracket. Beta Bracket they won last month.
Okay.
So statistically, this is already better. But several people, myself included, predicted them to be the favorite to win this one just because they've improved dramatically. They've been curb stomping Div 5 the first couple of weeks.
Nice.
Insomniac Central, though, seems to be on the losers bracket run we're used to seeing out of this. And it's really hard, Nox, especially low ink, to beat the same team twice over the course of the weekend. So ULTRAKRILL should not be looking at we beat them before. No, this is going to be a different animal that they're going to be facing today.
And an animal that's even more incentivized to win. Because on day 1 of low ink, you drop a set, you drop a set. You'll still make alpha most likely. It's not the end of the world.
Actually, I didn't even realize this. ULTRAKRILL also beat Insomniac Central today.
Oh, okay.
So
they might be feeling pretty confident then.
They've only lost to ULTRAKRILL this entire tournament. They've beat everyone else they've played.
That's a hard mental block to overcome. That would feel rough.
Let me revise my previous statement. It's really hard to beat a team 3 times over the course of a weekend. We'll see how this goes. Splat Zones
It will be interesting. Zones Mahi is sure a map.
Do you like Gluga Dualies?
I think they are good here. I don't personally like playing them. I think they have an interesting niche that can be utilized and often isn't because they're kind of hard to learn to play.
I'll see, Krim from Cherry Limeade used them some.
Yes.
I remember Dylan using them a lot, but Dylan dropped them in favor of Squeezer. I think they specifically said,
Squeezer's just better is the problem.
Yeah.
There is just the downside of Squeezer, no matter what midline you're picking. If it's anything shooter-esque, Squeezer's probably just better.
So I point that out because Glue from ULTRAKRILL is likely to be using the vanilla Glugas.
Wow, shocking. Glue using glue guns? Can't believe it.
Well, okay, so like we've had teams named after weapons and specials.
I know, and then they don't use them. And
yeah.
That's rude, and I think they should be disqualified for that. I think if you're not going to commit to the bait, you should leave.
And, well, Red is not going to commit to the sword that they were using before. Instead, they're going to use the vanilla splash, and that is the correct blaster teams will be using more often now, the Kraken one. But yes, there are the Glugas coming out from Glue from ULTRAKRILL, and there is a dead bow right off the bat.
That makes it way harder for Insomniac Central to get in. They do rely on that paint. They rely on that chip. They're going to be able to poke around plenty, but it's going to be way harder now. Bazooka coming out, managing to find one. Another going down. Prince trying to find the third, able to. And now going to be looking to try and approach zone, but not going to be quite able to make it as Wings is just trying to hold people off now.
Prince holding the ground long enough for Wings to jump right back in there. The problem is ULTRAKRILL's been holding on to the zone this whole time as it finally starts to fall. Specials come online for Insomniac Central as 2 players go down. Prince, who's been playing fantastically in this opening minute, now starting to push up as Insomniac Central has control of the zone.
Yeah, I always love to see splashes come out on this map because you saw how much work that Crab just put in. It's got such good lines of sight on this map. Obviously, Crab has never been bad in this game, but there are definitely maps where it's still like, yeah, you might as well run a Crab. And this is one of them to me.
Let's see, Inkjet coming online from the Glugas. No, that's Booyah Bomb. What was I thinking? That's the old version of Splatoon that had the Inkjet. Yeah, so that's Booyah Bomb on that sucker. Which is got thrown.
It's a solid kit for it. It's got the old K-Gal kit. It can't use it as well as K-Gal did, but that's for the best for everyone involved. There's no need for that to ever happen again. Boba trying to rush down Noir there. Noir managing to clean it up, taking advantage of the huge hitbox of that CRB, looking to get some chip in. Not going to be able to find it in time thanks to that splash wall, though.
So Red trying to get some things established right here. So what is ULTRAKRILL? They've been waiting a little bit. They've had to wait for this last set to play. So they are, yet again, another team that's coming in here trying to get their sea legs back under them. But right now, good job holding things defensively. It comes down to this Crab from Red to try to hold on a little bit longer and still getting the spec. Okay, first off, charging your hammer against the Crab is not ideal anyways. No. But still unfortunate timing as the hammer was just up as that splash was ready to mow them down.
Yes. Yeah, it does shoot at like the same pace as a Hydra. It will just ignore your hammer. They don't need to pay attention to it. Slotlings, if you go at them with your hammer and they have a charge, they do just win. Inherently.
It blows my mind in Solitude because I use Hydra all the time.
I use Heavy Edit a lot. It's just like, what
do you expect to happen here, buddy? Yeah.
There's one outcome. How have you not learned the one outcome yet?
And the one outcome right now for Insomniac Central might just be a dub, although the edit coming back into the zone here, the edit with the soda, not the Crab, mind you. So they're still going to find ways to work out a trade right there. But still, ULTRAKRILL holding on to control of zone, or at least flipping it back into their favor, because it looked like there was about to be a KO.
It did. Really great awareness for them to just know that they needed to break back in and finding the ways to do it. The Heavy Edit moving forward aggressively at a really good time. I personally love seeing Heavy Edit. It is one of my favorite weapons in the game. I think it's so fun and unique and such a fun support option.
It is, especially if you have somebody who's tired of using InZap on your team, which is every
Or
InZap
Pencil.
user. Or Pencil, yes.
Both of them are sick of their weapons pretty universally.
Fair enough, yeah, honestly. 3 players down from Insomniac Central. Finally, ULTRAKRILL, much like the beginning of the game, has found themselves in control of the map.
Yeah, doing a great job here of holding a ton of space, putting a lot of pressure down, and really just knowing what they need to lock in right now. They're going to have a Booyah Bomb online pretty soon, too.
They're not trying to push up too far, and that's going to allow Insomniac Central to build up their specials, chase players out with the Kraken. The Booyah Bomb not going to do enough onto the zone, and here comes the Hammer out a little bit late, gobbling up one player, getting a little bit of an awkward angle against Red right there. But still, they add some points onto their total. The problem is they're starting to run out of time, and Insomniac Central, they burn a lot of specials. It looks like they'll have a Crab ready to go soon, as well as this Killer Whale. But here comes some Soda on top, so there's going to be at least 8 more attempts from the side of ULTRAKRILL to try to get back control of the zone. But they're not focusing zone. They're trying to kill some players on the left side.
I mean, I guess their theory is at this point they're so close to needing to KO anyway. Maybe they just try and rush it, but it's not going to work out for them as Insomniac Central is able to take game 1, probably giving them a little bit of a confidence boost going into this game against a team they have been losing to.
They have won 4 straight sets since losing to ULTRAKRILL. And keep in mind, this is the only team to beat Insomniac Central the entire weekend. Once yesterday, once in winner's side of this bracket today. But right now, Insomniac Central finds themselves in control of this set in game 1. So it's going to be up to ULTRAKRILL, who just lost a heartbreaking game 5 to ROLLIE in winner's side, to bounce back and find the right counterpick that works for them. They counterpicked Clam Blitz twice in a row, even though Asteen's been in chat all day saying, never pick tower control against this team. Well, why won't they pick tower control for themselves? So we'll see if that works out for them here.
Yeah. I mean, if it's what they feel, I mean, look, it's always important to figure out what your personal team feels most confident doing. And if it's Clam Blitz, that's always a good time. I think it is, especially in lower level tournaments, always exciting when we see Clam Blitz picked as a counter pick, because a lot of teams haven't figured it out quite yet. So when teams have, it's always a nice treat.
Oh, we're not seeing a lot of... Rainmaker's the one that's kind of been getting the...
interesting.
As far as... Now, we don't, like, go through and break down counter pick statistics across all the... As far as what we've seen on stream.
That's fair.
And they're going to zones on Hagglefish.
Okay.
And
wow.
Insomniac
How
Central,
original.
Insomniac Central saying, all right, we'll see if we can break our record of 1 minute, which is how long Clairvoyance managed to last against us.
Yeah.
Here.
Clairvoyance definitely didn't have the best of times here.
Yeah.
They definitely put up more of a fight on their counter pick. Definitely a good Kraken map, so we should definitely be expecting that CRB back.
Oh, I don't know. They used
They did use Luna last time.
They used the Hammer and the Fizzy Bomb Luna last time here. But they did opt to use the range blaster that we're kind of expecting to see used more of in all of competitive Splatoon in the coming future.
Yeah.
So we'll see what kind of adjustments they make with that. But ULTRAKRILL, this is, again, they picked Clam Blitz a lot. It could just be the opponent they want to play against, or like, hey, we saw a weakness that Hagglefish kind of exposes. I'm not sure what it is, because we've seen Insomniac Central win 3 straight Splat Zone games in general. But also they couldn't pick Splat Zones in the last set because they won on game 1. ULTRAKRILL did. So like this could be like the actual best situation they've been going to. They just could never legally pick it before.
That is how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you just don't get to have exactly what you want. It will be interesting to see if they choose to change anything up, or if they just really think their comp is super strong here. I mean, it's definitely a solid Splatling map. It's a good Gluga map. And then their other 2 weapons were pretty... It was shot in something else that wasn't of particular note to my brain, apparently. So I'm assuming it was a Stamper or another shooter of form.
They used the side order... a whole side of side order weapons with Stamper.
Oh,
Red's literally got 3 weapons 5-starred with Stamper. And
you know, that's how it
Splash
goes.
Last game. And used...
You know,
okay.
Splash, I love Crab Tank on this map also. I am a big Crab Tank supporter when there's only 1 of them in the lobby. Now, back in the day when it was 3 of them at once, different stance. But it's in a far healthier place now. I love seeing it get used. I think it's such a fun special. I think it's a really great way to help your teammates get in, especially with things like a shot and CRB. And they are moving. And right now we're seeing ULTRAKRILL move up very quickly, looking to cause a lot of chaos and a lot of damage, but getting shut down in the process by that Tri-Stringer.
So it is curious how we just saw Insomniac Central use a completely different comp like 10 minutes ago on the same map and mode. However, you got to keep in mind, this is the 9th game these 2 teams have played against each other this weekend. So that's probably played a role into why they changed 2 of their weapons over the Clairvoyance win that they just gotten in a record time. But here we go, ULTRAKRILL. Okay, when the crab is in that ball form and just getting smashed to pieces, that's when the hammer has the advantage. So
yes.
There you go.
You can also throw it at the crab and just get the headshot. You can just hit it.
Just erase it from existence.
Yeah.
And you can put it on Twitter afterwards.
Well, it's harder now.
Oh yeah, you'll have to use like the chip or something.
Yeah, you'll have to actually put in.
Phone.
Yeah, you'll have to put in a slight amount of effort now, which very rude.
But if it's a good enough hammer kill, it's worth it.
The attention you'll get is so worth it. That's all that matters, is the attention from Twitter.
ULTRAKRILL has managed to last 1 minute and 30 seconds. That breaks the Clairvoyance record against the same team. But right now, it is Insomniac Central that has control of the zone. Penalty points gone, and has a Kraken in the enemy base, but is starting to run out of juice right there and realize, oh, this is a bad situation. But the good news is they get the free trip back to their spawn. Killer Whale getting a cheeky kill over the player trying to survive on their sponge, but being the last player left alive is the bow. Isn't going to be enough. ULTRAKRILL gets control of the zone back into their favor.
Yeah, great job on their part. Good job using their specials, moving off of each other, not relying entirely on single-player plays to make that happen. But not going to be enough to let them hold it for now. Red doing a great job positioning and just applying a ton of very safe pressure.
And it's a real struggle here for the zone. But still, okay, so it comes down to that right side over there. So with this map, you want to control mid, obviously, because that's what the zone is, no duh. But it really comes down to, can you control the flanks, especially when it comes to the stalling or the neutral play that comes down in mid. Obviously, you're controlling the flanks right now because you're attacking them in their own spawn. And by the way, it is all up to some special play to come out here to work in ULTRAKRILL's favor because penalty points are gone. Booyah onto the zone. The last player left alive is retreating with the Kraken, so ULTRAKRILL's going to get one more crack at this.
Yeah, and they do manage to cap it, as you should against a singular CRB. The CRB should never be able to solo cap. If they've done that, something's gone horrifically strangely. But they do manage to play cleanup on that right side, getting multiple people to drop down into in a narrow alley with them, which don't drop down on a CRB in a narrow alley. That's their home. Don't do that.
The ULTRAKRILL's in this awkward state of the tug and war we usually see in Splat zones where they have to use all their specials to get control of the zone, therefore they don't have anything to help defend it. And then the specials are going to be in the Insomniac's favor special, and they'll just instantly take the zone right back. This time around, is this hammer going to be enough? It looks like the answer is no. 2-0 in the favor of Insomniac Central. It's up to ULTRAKRILL to pull off a reverse sweep, or their run is over.
Insomniac Central really just didn't want to lose to this team a third time. They said 2 times was enough. You're not ruining our run this time. You're not actually killing it. Which, you know, that's a fun, firm stance to take.
And this must be getting, if it wasn't already, difficult mentally for ULTRAKRILL.
Yeah.
They've lost 5 straight games now.
Oof.
Individual games. They got reverse swept by ROLLIE. They've lost on their last 3 counter picks. And they just really haven't found, I mean, they weren't competitive in that one.
No, it wasn't close.
And again, it comes down to the awkward timing of, well, we're in a position to where we have to throw everything at the zone just to keep our head above water. And Insomniac Central doesn't have to play that way at all. So, do you pick Splat Zones again? I think that'd be a bad idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
And they have literally they haven't won on anything yet, so they have literally everything at their disposal if they wanted to pick it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very tempted to move to a Clamblitz or Rainmaker, to be very honest, because it seems like Insomniac Central is just very confident on modes, from what we've seen at least, that the pace is controlled at, whereas with Rainmaker and Clamblitz, if the other team seems good at zones and tower control, try the things where the pace is not set by the game, but by your team.
Then we have, we've only seen Insomniac Central play on Splat Zones, right?
Yeah, that's all we've seen.
Because Clairvoyance picked Robo Ramen Zones last time.
Yes.
So they're.
It seems like they're very confident on zones, so probably not zones again.
They're doing pretty good in this.
Just a few games in a row, just a couple.
And one of the players in the Battlefield chat is calling for a bathroom break. To which we're going to let chat decide. Chat. Are we going to allow them to take a bathroom break for 3 minutes, or are we going to force them to play with a full bladder? You guys decide.
I think, look, it builds character to have to play with a full bladder.
It also like kills your kidneys, but like character.
Yeah, most people playing this game are young enough; they'll be fine.
Chat is merciful today.
Wow, nicer than me.
Unfortunate. We still don't have a counter pick, by the way. But maybe. By the way, it's Insomniac. It's Insomniac Central calling for this, so it's not ULTRAKRILL trying to stall for. That's
good. I guess they did just play a set. I guess that's fair.
And just a generic shout out for no particular reason to our producer Inkfair, who's always a joy to work with.
Yes.
Both in person and online, as we are still waiting for the counter. Hey, by the way, how was MomoCon?
MomoCon was amazing. I loved it. Everything about it was incredible. And shockingly, the room that Splatoon was in actually wasn't hot. It was like nice and cold in there. It was great.
No, Low Tide City's always cold.
I know,
always freezing in there.
But it was an anime con, so I was expecting it to be hot and sweaty.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So this was a huge advantage to me of cold air at an anime convention. And it was so cool to just get to see the cosplays walk past all day. And like we could see where like all the like arcade machines were. So we saw people in cosplay doing like DDR and stuff. It was so fun.
Everyone I talked to said they had a blast.
Oh, it was amazing. I just also love anime cons in general. I grew up going to, mostly to Comic Cons. I'm more of a Comic Con person, but anime cons are also very fun. So I just also loved getting to walk around Artist Alley. Hopefully next year I make time to make it to the panels. Got distracted this year.
Did you have a costume of any sort?
I didn't this year, but hopefully next year because I'm planning on going back. I loved it.
If I were to go, I need to come up with something.
Oh yeah, you gotta make a cosplay. You gotta.
It's frustrating because like you gotta fly out, or like I would have to fly out there, and then it's like, okay, well, how am I gonna like haul something?
Yeah, I mean, I went from Canada to there.
Well, yeah, that's Anyways, we do have a counter pick, and assuming an empty bladder from all 8 players.
Hopefully.
Tower control at Ship Shape Cargo Company. The one map that everybody doesn't like for tower control, but every tower control map sucks, so it's got to be in there regardless.
I think people should just give in and play Scorch Gorge if they're going to complain.
No. What? No.
I think it's good for them.
Potential game eliminating match here.
Yeah.
As Insomniac Central is trying to get that 3-0. ULTRAKRILL says, nah, we'll let our fate be decided here at Ship Shape on Tower Control Snowball City. As far as that tower is concerned.
It is.
No legit changes from either team.
No, very similar comps coming out here. Once again, I love seeing that crab come out, especially against the heavy edit, because it gives them a way of pushing them back without having to put their tri-stringer at risk. Splash is such a good weapon still. They have done nothing that truly has hurt Splash. I do wish it was a different crab weapon just because I think that would be fun, but it is by far the best pick for their comp. Allows them to have a lot of mobility freedom, allows their CRB to just get to run around for free, but dude, it does get taken out by that Zuka.
We've been seeing Prince making some heck of some good plays here over the course of this set, especially in kind of like singular instances. As right now, this first checkpoint's in danger of falling. Wings trying to stay alive is not going to do so, and that first checkpoint's not going to fall, but Noir is going to find a way to be annoying here, providing jumps for their teammates. Prince coming back in, and it looks like that push is over for now, but still mid-control does fall into the favor of Insomniac Central, unless it was Bob? Booby?
I went with Bobe earlier.
Bobe.
Yeah, I don't know why that was the choice I went with. Maybe I've been seeing too many French words in Canada. Maybe that's the issue.
Well, regardless, whoever they are, they got ULTRAKRILL in a position to get the lead and this first checkpoint.
Definitely always a great position to be in. That first checkpoint falling is a big deal here. Starts allowing you to really begin the snowball. Heavy edit dancing around the tower. Glue managing to find a great pick there. Going to be able to clear out a little bit more with his Booyah Bombs, carrying them out of that top area, not allowing them to get set up. And they are already at that next checkpoint.
I like the patience of holding that Booyah Bomb, too, because they were able to say, like, hey, we know you want to go up there, but I'm just going to wait for you to commit to doing it before I throw it. Stalls out more time, allows that tower to get safely to that checkpoint, and they do clear it. So
They do.
In any instance, this game would already be over. However, it is ship-shape, so it is a tie game, essentially, with 3 minutes left to go.
Yes, it is such a snowball map. It makes Sturgeon look sane. Good for it. Red doing a great job here, applying pressure with Crab, allowing their teammate to live for a second longer, and managing to evade the Booyah Bomb for just long enough with that Crab tank. Viper looking to find a space to move forward, but not going to be able to with the Tri-Stringer, just raining shots down.
And this is the frustrating thing, if you are Insomniac Central, is that, okay, we know we can score quickly on this map, but we want to get a couple of multiple attempts to try to do it. We don't want to put ourselves in a situation where time has been burning off the clock, and now we only got one shot to hit that home run. And right now, ULTRAKRILL's being the much more aggressive team with this lead. We see our old pal Bobby trying to push up on this left side. Got some teammates and towers coming along with them as well. And even if they don't add to their lead here, they're burning a lot of time off that clock.
Yeah, people I think oftentimes do underestimate how important it can be to just kill time if you have the lead in Splatoon. You don't need to do anything wild. You don't need to do anything that's super dramatic. But just being able to eat time off the timer, keep the objective on their side of the map makes such a big difference.
I wonder what the point of view... It's no secret that I am in my mid-30s, and watching some gameplay from some players makes me barf. I wonder what the point of view of that Viper was right there, because I'm sure they're just like zipping and zooming all over the place with that thing.
Yeah, no, I probably would be in a similar boat. Not young anymore.
Well, I mean, it's like
but
the
not that young anymore.
reflexes to like play those kinds of weapons, and just like you'll see them just like get splat. So it's like, I didn't even know there was a player right there, but you're like full on fighting them right now. It's genuinely impressive as we go under the 1 minute mark, and finally Insomniac Central's in a position to make a play happen.
Yeah, and they have their range blaster set up in a really nice spot. Bazooka's coming out. They have a pinch between the splatter shot and the range right now. Not going to be able to find the pick, but going to be able to get the sword to back off, which is always great. Noir going to get on that tower, taking advantage of the CRB. Red trying to put some pressure onto Bob, able to find them. They're doing a great job of holding this down. Tri-Stringer going to be able to ride the tower now, and Noir trying to find the right spot to hang out at, as Red is now going to be using that crab tank to full advantage to try and get through this.
And Red's opting to target the left side, which means that right side's going to be clear for defense from the side of ULTRAKRILL as they rain down all kinds of nonsense there. Red forced to retreat. I'm not sure what they're hoping to accomplish.
I think they were maybe hoping that Noir would be watching that, because that is such a good spot for a range blaster to watch, but they weren't. And so now they're just having to try and scavenge what they can from these last few seconds, but that's going to be a game going to ULTRAKRILL, trying to start that reverse sweep.
And there you go. We got a set. Turns out, Insomniac Central, you get them off splat zones, they bleed just like everybody else as they get their first loss in 5 straight wins they were able to accomplish here.
Pretty impressive.
Now, here's the issue. If you counterpick splat zones in game 2, you better win it. Because if you don't, now for counterpicks game 4 and 5, Insomniac Central is not handcuffed at all. They have 3 modes they can pick from instead of if they were to beat you on tower control in game 2 or clan blitz in game 2. So really, they can pick anything that's not zones, and that is a huge. That gives them a lot of opportunity.
It does
to come up with something here.
Yeah, I almost wonder. I mean, I could see them going tower again. They might just want a different tower map that's not a steamroll. It could be Inkblot. They could just go Inkblot Tower. They could do the thing that breaks my soul a little bit. They could. Oh, and they are! I love Splatoon. Look, I don't think Inkblot or Mako are bad maps. I do think we should retire them for 3 months so I don't have to look at them. Between playing and commentating, I'm ready to not see them for a bit.
So
it's been 6 years of these maps. Free me.
Oh my god. Well, here we go. Keep in mind,
It's a really good pick for them.
And this is the 11th game these two teams have played against each other. So they might have been, oh, well, we beat them last time we picked this or something like that. Also, I do have official confirmation from ULTRAKRILL themselves. It is pronounced Bobby.
Bobby, okay.
So like boba, but with
a B.
Yes. That comes directly from Bobby themselves. So not
Thank
Booby.
you, Bobby.
Or Bobby. Bobby.
Bobby. Okay. Wow, shocking. The same comp again. Glad to see they know it works for them. Glad to see them stick to it. We are going to see the Luna come back out here.
And they used to pair up the Luna with the sword, but now they're keeping it with red on the splash. So they want to keep that crab, which you love, which is fair enough, but they don't want the range anymore.
No, I think they just really want the crab to be able to help them deal with the Gluga, if I had to guess, because it's a really hard weapon to deal with if you haven't played against it a lot. And so having that crab tank gives them an extra space of range to mess around with, gives them a little more security. But as I say that, they have gone down. Bogby looking to move forward, looking to find pressure, able to, just leaving the Tri-Stringer left alive. And it seems like this is going to be a strong opening push from ULTRAKRILL.
Yeah, just give up this first checkpoint. The question now is going to be, can you defend the second one here? And that means getting control of your plat area, which is what ULTRAKRILL realizes they need to do. Bobby trying to create a little bit of a Booyah Bomb hammer pincer along this the third checkpoint area right there. But right now, the edit's just going to fall asleep on the tower, basically. Everybody from ULTRAKRILL is just textbooking this one.
It's a classic Inkblot moment. Uh-oh.
Until it's not.
Insomniac Central playing cleanup. No, I still think that falls under classic Inkblot moments. I've seen this happen before. I've definitely seen this at least 5 or 6 times before. Pretty sure I saw a similar situation out of FT1 at some point back in Splatoon 2.
Okay, so the good news for Insomniac Central is they're able to get control of mid rather quickly. The bad news is none of their specials worked, apparently.
Yeah.
And ULTRAKRILL's right back where they left off.
You know, sometimes your specials just decide they implode. For fun. For enrichment. For themselves. We're seeing Prince able to dance around very nicely here. Not going to be able to keep it going for long enough. Blue looking to find the pick, but Noir playing clean up gorgeously with that Luna Blaster. But the hammer, not going to be able to accomplish much. It does have its struggles.
And the edit says, all right, fine, I'll focus the objective. You guys just go slay people, which you're doing a fantastic job of doing, but we got to start all over again, get control of the plat, then work our way back up to that middle area where the little, I think that's called a foot right there.
Yeah. Garlic, foot, you know, it's got a lot of names.
Garlic, that makes sense, honestly. I think it's supposed to be a clam, but we've always just called it foot for some reason.
To be fair, I think most teams called it foot. I think I just happened to be on a team that called it garlic, and I've accidentally spread that lexicon amongst people who I've talked to.
That's your fault. Okay, but looking at it, I can see the garlic there, but yeah, it's definitely...
It's also more fun to say than foot. There was There's also banana on Wahoo World. Many things can be food in Splatoon.
The old Inkacademy call-out list for this one right here. Nice little hammer by Noir, dropping the range blaster in favor of the Fizzy Bomb. That is this thing that could not get the splat onto ICH, who is going to eliminate Wings and start to push up right there, as we're just seeing bodies hitting the floor left and right. And that is going to benefit ULTRAKRILL because they got a huge lead right now. A full checkpoint, and that second checkpoint's a monstrous one to have.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's a rough position to have to try and push back from with your Insomniac Central, especially because they don't have any specials that really help them clear things other than that crab. I'm almost wondering, like, Wellstring wouldn't necessarily provide them a better special to work with, but I personally think Wellstring is a better bow, so I'm curious to see if we see them switch that around, not this tournament, but in future tournaments.
Oh yeah, it's
so much
annoying
better
to play against, for sure, but yeah, they just screwed it over with the hit that they need. And do we need more hammers?
Genuinely, its vanilla kit's not that bad. The hammer actually weirdly works with it.
Yeah, but do we need more hammers in this set than what we've already got?
No, we don't. But they could go back onto CRB with the Kraken.
1 minute essentially remaining right here. Insomniac Central's yet to really do anything as far as establishing control of mid and getting some splats on top of it. It's just been neutral game for about 3 straight minutes now.
Yeah.
And it's all been landing into ULTRAKRILL's favor. There's Bobby, our old pal, starting to push up right here, going back to get some soda. And I like the fact that they're not just hopping onto the tower right now and waiting. There it is!
Ooh,
Excuse me, there it is! Decapitating the crab!
Sometimes you gotta decapitate the crab. It's important. It's the easiest way to get rid of the crab tank. The crab tank became very invulnerable at one point in its life. And it is so vulnerable now, which is good. It's vulnerable to so many things now, which is why I think it's healthy and fine now. And I think it should still see good use.
For the first 4 months of Splatoon 3's life cycle, if only we had known, all you had to do was decapitate the crab. That would have, the meta would have been so much different back then.
Well,
as we see.
The other thing is that thrown hammers now fully break the crab if they hit
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Like, that's the other big advantage. You're taking less of a risk.
So yeah, I forgot. As ULTRAKRILL ties us up, we're going to a game 5. I forgot absolutely nothing worked at the beginning of the game. Hammers were literally broken. Booyah Bomb didn't paint anything. Like, there were so many glitches that just never got fixed for like the first couple of patches.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that used to be risky to try and go for hitting the crab's head because you just wouldn't break the crab in the process.
Yeah, not because you shouldn't have, but because the game just didn't work properly.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah. I loved the most influential tournament I'll have ever commentated, having to commentate 3 crabs in a machine. I love that. I love knowing that. It feels great.
But there's your Art Academy. ULTRAKRILL got a huge lead, and then we just played 4 minutes of
keep away.
Yeah, just 4 minutes of just whatever. I mean, there was not Insomniac Central just never really got established.
Oh.
They never had a man advantage, and just didn't really have the specials working into their favor to get back into that one. So they have lost on tower control twice. Now they're going to Rainmaker for this decisive game 5. Rainmaker Scorched Gourd. So let's see, 3, 7, this is 8, 9, 10. This is the 12th game. And final game, mind you. These two teams will play against each other. ULTRAKRILL's looking for the 3-0 sweep set-wise against this team. But all it comes down to, whoever wins this one is the one that's going to have the last laugh.
Yeah, and I do think the Tri-Stringer will do better here than just about any other map. I think Scorch is one of its best maps by a lot. Mist also pretty solid here. Not as good here as it is on Humpback. Still needs help because as much as I love Mist, it still is a little weak. It could be there. The potential's there.
It's still a good Rainmaker kind of option.
It's its best mode, and it's one of its better maps.
Especially on maps where like you have to jump with the Rainmaker, but that's not really the case here.
No, but it has narrow enough chokes that people get a little more stuck.
Yes, for sure.
This and Humpback. I think Humpback is the best map for that. But still, you don't want to have to rely on the Mist. But with a bow, the Mist together, they tend to play off of each other really well at holding those chokes, because that's what bow wants to do.
Can Wings get things established defensively for the rest of Insomniac Central to take control of this one, or will ULTRAKRILL, who just got reverse swept, pull off a reverse sweep of their own as we're going back to the range blaster? Nothing. This is the bread and butter comp that got these two teams into this game 5 anyways, and we're just going to play it out.
Looks like it should be a solid option for both of them. I think, okay, we do see Insomniac Central managing to get the pop there, getting that mid control. Whale's going to be ready to move in with here. Going to depend on when their teammates call for them to use it. Here it comes. Going to be allowing them to get that extra space to move with, taking advantage of the pressure from the bow. Not able to find any picks. Both teams just in this stalemate in mid right now.
And they weren't, it wasn't for lack of effort.
Oh!
Well,
good
excuse
crab.
me,
That's
something
what a
else
good
to
crab
talk
does.
about. Yeah. Checkpoint fallen, and now there's an opportunity for Insomniac Central to get the floodgates going right here. Bobby trying to establish control on this right side as there's nobody grabbing the Rainmaker just yet. Instead, they do got some soda to work with, trying to clear a path with the Kraken. Good time waiting for that. But on the backside, the Rainmaker reset. They never even grabbed it, and they almost got another wipeout on top of it.
They did, but they're still in a really good position. They still have that area held. They still haven't popped because it was a range blaster trying to pop a Rainmaker. Takes a minute. But they should be able to really get a strong push going here, especially with the crab set up there. Able to find the pick. Splash does go down, but was able to put a lot of pressure on in the process. Range getting a great trade there. They're just going to hold forward for points. And they're getting so many on the board. That's such a good push to get in. Red does get taken out in the process, but at that point, you don't care. A push to 38 and still having your checkpoint is incredible.
The problem right now for ULTRAKRILL is Insomniac Central just made a huge blunder after they popped that first checkpoint, and they were still able to bounce back from it and get a huge score anyways because they were just so dominant doing everything else. So ULTRAKRILL has a huge mountain to come back from right now because Insomniac Central, even though they screwed up the objective, they're playing so well man-to-man right now, and that's going to be an issue to overcome.
Especially with the Kraken coming out, taking out the Rainmaker, looking to find the glue gun, gonna be able to. That is 2 down, just the Hammer. The Hammer does manage to find Pop and 2 members. They almost forgot the checkpoint. They remembered, though. It's okay.
I think they were looking for that little sliver that was on the backside. By the way, are they in position to get lead right back here?
They definitely
Only 2
could
players
be.
are alive. They're slipping right through. They got the lead,
Ooh.
and then some on top of it. Fireworks early in the first half right now. ULTRAKRILL back in control.
Really great job there from ULTRAKRILL, able to apply a lot of pressure, and they're still here. Glue is still holding this area. Gonna maybe be forced to back off, but not fast enough. Edit gets taken out. Glue's still there, just absolutely destroying. Gonna be fished out there by the range blaster, and there's a range blaster and tri-stringer. Your wall is not as meaningful to them as it would be to anything else in the world.
Especially with how close you are to Booyah Bomb, which they're going to get right back here. But man alive, what a response by ULTRAKRILL. I was just talking about how they're getting beat up, and they did by the Kraken, but somehow was able, thanks to Bobby, able to get a couple of splats, dunk the Rainmaker, and provide jumps. And now it's up to Insomniac Central to respond.
Yeah, Red sadly not finding any picks with that crab is going to be a rough situation for them. They were probably relying on that to break back in. Oh, Glue. Oh, Glue. You know, it happens. We all forget sometimes.
At some point, you just got to accept it. Just throw that Booyah Bomb and get right back into control of things. But a minute 30 left to go. ULTRAKRILL's going to need their Kraken if they want to initiate some pushes. And, well, ICH said, nah, let's just make sure you don't even get that special off. We're going to start splatting you now.
Yeah. Looks like ULTRAKRILL really looking to say, hey, no, we beat you the other 2 times. We'll reverse sweep you now. Add some salt to the wound. Wings trying to find something to work with here, trying to create space for their teammates to move in with. The crab coming out, not going to be able to find anything, most likely. I lied. Able to find one, trying to put some pressure onto the glue gun, not going to be able to take it out, and the Zuka finding them instead. The Kraken's out, just trying to clean up in mid, but this feels like a panic pop instead of something useful to help their teammates break in.
Yeah, you need to save that because you need to initiate the push with that kind of special. You can't use it to just clean up things right now, and now they're losing some teammates down. Wings is forced to retreat and throw down some things. And now what's the play going to be from ULTRAKRILL? You grab the Rainmaker. Are you going to push it forward? Are you going to try to just bleed out the clock? I think you just stay in mid, bleed out some clock, and then maybe you decide to run back with it because there's no Stingray in this game. Instead, are they going to deliver it on a silver platter? No, they're going to die in a pretty good spot to lose the Rainmaker at. And they got a Hammer there to defend it.
Yeah, the Hammer's really good there. Not a lot of time left. The Rainmaker needs to be popped. It's a hard angle for them to pop at. They need to focus that pop now or they're not going to get it. 4 seconds left. And they have the heavy edit set up again.
That's GG.
Looking to apply. Yeah, that is GG. Rough for Insomniac Central. They had such a good opening. You know, they should really focus all zones tournaments. I think they'd thrive.
Insomniac Central having to say to themselves, what the hell does it take to beat those guys? Like, we took them to a game 3 yesterday. We couldn't beat them. We played them in winner's side. We couldn't beat them. We had them down 2-0. And we had a huge lead in game 5. And we still can't put them away. ULTRAKRILL, just the Vegeta, just looking at Goku saying, why could I never surpass you? And ULTRAKRILL's just got to say, GG. We escaped one right there.
Yeah.
Wow. What a set.
Genuinely. It does seem like Insomniac Central is a beast to deal with on zones. It seems like they might need to work on the other modes some more. But zones, they are genuinely, it seems almost untouchable on in low ink.
Woo! Well, we need a break to collect ourselves. Because we got a grand final set coming up. ULTRAKRILL versus All I Ever Wanted was a ROLLIE. So stick around for that. We're going to take a quick break. And by the way, this is not like a fake thing, but you'll want to stick around to the end of the stream because we do have a very exciting announcement that the entire community is going to want to hear at the end of this one. So spread the word about that, get some popcorn, and we will be right back with the epic conclusion of Low Ink here on IPL. I just want to rollie with a dab of ranch. I already got some designer to hold up my pants. I just want some ice on my wrist so I look better when I dance. Have you looking at it put you in a trance?
That's not a... It almost reminds me of the Cake song Rock and Roll Lifestyle, but without the irony.
So that is from the song Rolex by Ayo and Tio. It came out 7 years ago, and it has 1 billion views on YouTube.
Oh, Hopgun, are we the weird ones for not having known it early?
No, none of the commentators all weekend knew about it either.
That's good. To be fair, most of the music I listen to is still, like, very recent punk or 90s grunge and punk. And some pop punk in there if I'm feeling real wild.
So I listened to it for the first time this weekend, and it's mid, if I'm being honest. When I hear songs like that, I was just like, I would much rather be listening to Black Beetle or Power Glide or something like that. Like
I've been on a real Cake kick recently to really throw it back. Yeah, you know the Going for Distance band. They're going for distance. They're going for speed.
She's all alone in a time of need.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I listen to music that's of my age for sure. I don't. High school me didn't just listen to music from the early to mid 90s. Totally. I was totally normal about it. Well, it was that in the new Green Day.
Yes. We talked about Green Day last time you were on.
Yeah, I'm so normal about Green Day. I'm the definition of a normal. Everyone's seen them live 3 or 4 times.
Well, all I ever wanted was a rollie. That's which refers to a Rolex, by the way.
That does make sense. That's not what my initial assumption was, but that does make sense.
Well, it is ironic because they have been using a dynamo roller.
Oh.
So maybe that's like the context they're going with. And this is a pickup team that I don't think they've crossed paths with ULTRAKRILL just yet. Actually, no, they just played in losers.
Aren't they who reverse swept them?
Yes.
Yes.
So look at me paying attention to this tournament right here.
Ooh,
Mako Zones. And here's your dynamo. Yeah, look at that comp.
They're both pretty fun comps. I gotta give them some credit. I like seeing the crab come out yet again, the 52 gal. I also like the slosher is great here. But so is everything on the side of ULTRAKRILL. Definitely a really solid comp. I love Heavy Edit. I don't know that it's the cooler weapon I would personally go with on this map, but it's a good cooler weapon no matter what.
I think they're just going to use Edit from here on out at this point.
Oh, probably. It's been working for them.
Especially if you're not going to face a charger of any sort.
Yeah, there's less consequence.
And it seems like they've been using... I haven't been watching Rollie set the entire tournament, but it seems like anytime I'm looking at them, there is a dynamo of some sort. So that does get them the soda, by the way.
It does. Always got to have the juice.
But right now, ULTRAKRILL has something more important, which is control the zone.
Yeah. I'm hoping they mean that like the German word for I. I could be wrong. Ich. Yeah. I took German in high school for some reason. Latin in college. I've made choices. Guilty moving forward here with those splat dualies. In my defense, I have a history and classics degree. It made sense for me.
Okay, but don't you live in a country where they speak French?
I didn't know I was going to do that.
All right. Fair enough. But yes, this is, by the way, this is an all-EU Grand Finals. So
that's surprising.
Very
rare that we see all-EU.
Europe is guaranteed to take home the gold this time around, which is so be it, unless both teams find a way to tie things, because it looks like they are basically tied as far as the score is concerned.
True.
But it is Rollie that is in control of the zone, and somehow it makes... Okay, another physics broken thing. How can you fall to your death in a grocery store when you're obviously on the first floor too, but somehow that happened?
No. There's a hole down to the parking garage. They're trying to speed up the process. They just haven't made the elevator for the hole yet.
And somehow,
they're city living.
Despite all of that, they still have control of zone and no penalty points added. Rollie looking pretty strong right here in the first half. Yeah,
they seem very confident, as they should. Obviously, both teams having cooler is a very solid space for them to be in. Helps a lot, especially with dualies in a 52, to have that cooler. The Slosher's been doing an excellent job playing around those ledges, so is the Dynamo. And we're seeing Glue looking to find a pick, going to be able to, and that's zone flipping. Interesting time to choose these strikes. Yeah. Probably would have been better to just leave. Sometimes, just leave.
You say leave. Interesting, I say bad. But still, you know what? You're still in a good situation. You can build up some more strikes along the way. You can, maybe those strikes make it like a unique kind of play. But regardless now, penalty points gone for ULTRAKRILL as they're trying to find a way to break through the offensive attack that is coming out from the side of all I wanted was a ROLLIE trying to attack along the right side right here. I almost called them Insomniac Central because we've been talking about them for so long. We haven't seen ROLLIE yet, so bear with us.
That's true. Tyrex looking to find something they're not going to be able to play cleanup. Ike also looking to find some space to move forward with. Their teammates doing a great job painting for them, allowing them to move forward and getting the shots off with that machine. Always great to see machines hitting those directs. Really unique weapon, really fun weapon. Not glad I don't have to see it all the time anymore, but glad to see it when I do.
Against the dually, they had him at point-blank range, too, so able to win that fight. Keeps control of the zone in ULTRAKRILL's favor as their penalty points are almost gone. A very rare Dynamo splat being made. Make that a double in Grand Finals of Low Ink as Genie able to flip it back into their favor. 1 minute left to go. All I ever wanted was a ROLLIE back in control.
Yeah, they're right where they want to be. Now, if ULTRAKRILL even does manage to get control again, they've got a lot of penalty to work through with how little time is left. And they've got everyone chasing down this Glug player. Now, admittedly, if there's a weapon on your team for everyone to chase down, the Glug is a good choice for the other team, because the Glug will survive, probably. They're a very survivability-focused weapon. They've got time to break in now, but they're going to have to get a really solid hold going. And I don't know that this hammer is going to help them out with the strikes.
Hammer has to dodge all of those strikes there. Does get a couple of splats, but they're not going to get any damage onto the zone. One player left alive for ROLLIE on the zone, but everyone else was just too scattered to get back there in time. ROLLIE takes game 1 in Grand Finals.
ROLLIE doing a great job there, knowing how to play off of each other, using their specials really well, aside from that one strike. But they came back from it without an issue. And the Dynamo getting some key picks there towards the end to get them back in.
And here we go. Counter picks going to be coming out from ULTRAKRILL. They picked Clam Blitz twice against ROLLIE, and they lost both of them previously. We've seen them go to splat zones at Hagglefish.
Mm-hmm.
The question
is... And we also saw them go tower at Shipshape.
Yes. I think they won tower control in the last one. I think in the previous set against this team, they were stuck in a situation where they could only pick like Rainmaker or Clam Blitz. So I think that's why they kept going with that. They say, get that Shipshape TC on deck. Roger. Are we hosting their... No, I think the other team is. So ULTRAKRILL said, get that Shipshape on deck, and ROLLIE responded with, ahoy, Captain.
You know, always great when teams can have fun while they play, even in a pretty intense situation. That's the goal. That's always the goal. It is a fun game. You are supposed to have fun while you play it.
What's a fun game?
Splatoon.
It is?
Yeah.
It's fun when you win.
No, it can be fun. Well, you can still have fun while you lose. It's not fun to lose. You can still have fun while you lose.
You can. But
after you lose, it's important to either to know what kind of team your team is, and to know whether you need to hang out in VC and like do something fun together, or if you all need to go into your angry corners separately and alone.
You don't get banned from Low Ink for having fun though. You gotta win.
I'll ban you for having fun. If you have enough fun, I think you can get banned.
What? If you have the wrong kind of fun, you can get banned from Low Ink the wrong way, which has happened to people in the past.
Yeah, don't have the wrong kind of fun.
On
the other hand, tower control Shipshape, steamroll the map.
Oh, see, they didn't change. They've been using the same comp the entire time.
Yeah, they haven't changed anything.
They being Krill Streak. Krill Streak, my goodness.
That's an old one.
I would love to see them in Grand Finals someday.
That would be pretty wild.
ULTRAKRILL is the team we're focusing on right now.
Yeah.
Dynamo's still here. I mean, this. I'm not familiar with Dynamo gameplay, but I would think like
I don't
a
think you
long
change
map
off
like
of
this, it's not ideal.
No, but I don't think you change off of it because it's what they run. They've committed to the bit.
You got to commit.
You do.
Can't back away.
Mm-hmm.
Kid Link coming out with the slosher yet again with those ink strikes that are going to be good. Get off the tower, kind of a special.
Yes.
And right now, we're getting started right here. By the way, this is best of 5, so if ROLLIE were to find a way to win this one, they're going to be in a great position to win this whole tournament as they get the trade there through the wall that didn't get set up in time with...
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the two two-shot weapons staring at each other. Makes sense that they'd trade. And we're seeing the 52 gal trying to break back in again. Not going to be able to with the heavy edit staring them down. Probably should have waited for their teammate strikes that came out just a moment after. Kid Link trying to apply some pressure to the top left. Not going to be able to do much with the torpedoes and Viper chasing them down. Not the most mobile weapon, Slosher.
A hammer kill on Kid Link, who is trying to hide away from all of that stuff, and it looks like that first checkpoint will fall into the favor of ULTRAKRILL, and it looks like ROLLIE's kind of established that, and they're like, you know what, we're losing players. Oh, never mind, excuse me. They were building up a crab because they were just going to say, let's just hold this other right spot over here, and instead it looks like they're not going to get that.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Yes, mine also did.
Okay, so we are frozen.
We're blind.
And I hear noises, and I'm assuming somebody's at a checkpoint. A communication error has occurred. That can't be good.
Splatoon.
Well, I don't know if that's
it might not have been Splatoon
thing.
This time.
Yeah, I think...
this might be a different issue. My bad, I've summoned tech troubles again.
Okay, so question 1. Chat, can you hear us? I think this might be Inkfarer might have... Okay, we hear Inkfarer. So what's going on? I'm going to peek in the battle. I have no idea what happened, because things got weird on our end.
Yes.
And I think they're still playing. Because they haven't said anything in chat. I think we just DC'd.
Oh.
That would be my assumption.
That seems like the best assumption.
It
happens. Popgun, who do you think wins?
They're still playing. Yeah, so they keep playing. I think ULTRAKRILL wins.
I think ULTRAKRILL keeps that one, yeah.
So the stream is still up. We're all good. I think we just had a weird flicker of something happen on our end. Are any of the players streaming on their personal side of things or something? It wasn't a host. We were not hosting, so they're still playing. And we're just going to let that one finish out.
Strange.
That's
it happens.
Let the controversy begin. If somehow ROLLIE comes back, because it looks like they're about to get curb stomped. They lost control of that upper right area. They were building up a crab so that they could stay up top there and hold that defensively. Then Azuka just kind of eliminated them. So it looked like the beginning of the end for ROLLIE, but from what we can tell, they're still playing that set. So
yeah, I mean, look, if the spectator DCs, you're not gonna notice mid-game.
And when I look in our stream coordination channel, the only thing I see is Toasty saying, "I will pay for you to stop singing that song, Popgun." So
you know,
ULTRAKRILL got to 1. How do you guys know that?
Where are they?
A minute 30
what
left.
Secret information?
So Ascene, if you didn't know, Ascene was in the pre-show chat with us yesterday. Ascene is coaching ULTRAKRILL. So I don't really know. There's streams. Well, could you link one for us instead of just telling us that? We do have
thank
one.
You.
We do have
one. That's so kind of them. That's so kind of chat to tell us the scores, but not where to find them. That's like not commentator allowed information.
Twitch.tv/boobyface is streaming.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
So I'll,
here we go. 48 seconds
we're
left.
watching. We're here. We're back. We have forced our way back to the game.
They tried to get us out. We don't leave though.
By the way, follow. Well, since we're taking over their stream for this, follow Bobeface, BOBE face on Twitter, on Twitch, so that
It's what actually?
Oh, this
Tyrex.
is Tyrex. Yeah, they're not using
That makes sense.
This
is the gal.
This is Rollie's point of view. No,
This
the
is
gal
Rollie's.
is Oh yeah, the gal, right?
Yeah, the 52 gal.
So they're okay, but they're still. It looks like
Yeah,
they
they're
got
not-
a really good push off of their own because they got the 31
Yeah.
earlier, but they're done.
They're not out yet.
essentially.
Nah, I don't think so.
Got onto the tower.
Oh, yeah,
And
they
then
didn't stop
they
the
did.
wiper in time. I thought they might have a shot at getting to the wiper in time. It's how it goes.
All right.
But yeah, that's the ULTRAKRILL taking game 2, 1-1.
Shout out
my
to
UI.
Tyrex for streaming.
My UI I read to know which team is which.
Follow Tyrex on Twitch.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna hop back into that one. I think we just had a random internet spike, but I'm glad it didn't affect them at all.
Yes.
That's the most
Yes.
important thing.
Better for it to have impacted us than them by a lot.
And we didn't miss an exciting comeback now, as it looks like we're tied 1-1, which is good
1-1.
for ULTRAKRILL. They break a 4-game losing streak to ROLLIE, and now force ROLLIE to make a counter pick.
Yeah. Always good to be able to force teams to make the counter picks. Admittedly, winning that first game is still such a huge advantage because you get final pick if it goes to
Yes.
game 5. Assuming it just bounces back and forth, which a lot of the time in counter picks, it does.
Yeah, winning game 1 in a best of 5, especially a best of 3, is just so critical.
Yes. And even more so when there's counter picks on the line, because you have even more control of the set.
So ROLLIE can't pick splat zones because they've won on splat zones already. Everything else is up to them.
I don't know that they don't go back to tower here. I don't think tower was the issue. I think ship shape might have been.
And we're back into the room. I mean, in theory, if they wanted to, they could counterpick tower control ship shape because they themselves
They
have not
could.
won on it.
That's true. I don't know why they would go back to ship shape.
I've seen teams do that before.
Oh.
Okay, so
so
it's happened
interesting.
twice where a team picked a map and mode they just lost on, and they found a way to win it. One of the most inexplicable cases was Inkling, but they've been known to be a little bit silly on their own end.
Yes.
But it worked out in their favor. I don't think we're going to see that right now, though.
I would be surprised.
We're seeing some discussion coming out from ROLLIE,
Oh?
but no affirmative answer as of yet.
You know, it's always hard to choose your counter picks, especially in this high pressure of a situation, because both of these teams have been playing for a while. They played a lot yesterday. They do want to get it done as fast as they can, probably.
It's also really late for both of them.
It is. They're EU. That's
Yes.
brutal.
Which, by the way,
bedtime.
all 9 players in the lobby are EU. So, like, even our streamers. So there's no like weird connections from all the different players. Like everyone's from the
No,
same
it
region.
should be normal for once. Splatoon has its best
Yeah.
possible chance to behave.
Commentated by 2 NA commentators. So
Yes.
we're just watching another side of the planet just play this game and talk.
To be fair, I, back when EU had a more solid scene, would primarily watch EU.
What you're talking about, like the Team Olive,
Yeah, I'm talking
Kraken
about
Paradise.
Yeah, way back when. That's what
Yeah.
got me really into comp. I loved watching specifically Team Olive a lot. I watched a lot of Olive back then. And then I went back and watched everything from Kraken Paradise's perspective. Because if you ever want to learn to play Splatling, I will still say that you should watch Kaji's perspective
Oh
from
my
Kraken
gosh.
Paradise to this day. There's still never been a better Splatling player in the West, in my personal opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who've joined the game in Splatoon 3 that have no idea who you're talking about. I do.
Kaji.
They
were a genius.
I think they just quit. Or
they did.
just,
They
like,
don't play at all
retired.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's terrible. How could they do this to us?
Their remix was like disgusting.
It
I
was-
remember that for sure.
And their Ray was disgusting. Because they would regularly
yeah.
play their heavy Splatling into Brian's Charger. And they would win every Ray battle. I can tell you that.
Well, we do have a edit Splatling. We do have a
We
counter
do.
pick that is Rainmaker
they should
at
still-
Undertow.
and they should also watch Kaji's VODs. They're still on YouTube, I think.
They are.
So you should check them out. This is my personal promotion to die on. You should watch what Kraken Paradise and Team Olive used to do, or Ghost Gaming, whichever you prefer to call them.
I remember Kaji posting their solo queue sets, and they would not paint the ground at the beginning. They would just walk to places, so people would open their maps and assume nobody's in like a certain alleyway, and then they just get blasted by a remix. And I was like, oh, like you can use people's smart gameplay against them. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
By the way,
Kaji also was the main shot caller for Kraken Paradise and had amazing shot calls.
Genie.
Kaji is great.
If you're wondering why they're picking this map, I think it's because Dynamo works out really well here.
Dynamo does work really well here. This is a good Dynamo map. It's one of few good Dynamo maps. I would argue Mako is one of the other pretty good ones, just with the angles and ledges it has. Already almost a cooler. One more swing. There it is.
You know what? It might not be the pencil, but you can still find ways to get a lot of paint down and get the sodas out that you need, especially with Rainmaker, as we see a crab coming up top right here. And all those specials being thrown out, and it's still going to end up being a neutral situation. Make that a not-so-neutral situation, because that is a essential wipe from the side of ROLLIE as Kid Link already has ink strikes ready to go, try to hold on to this checkpoint along the right side, but there is a hammer. Scratch that. There was a hammer ready to go, and now they're just going to try to force it. Are they going to slip past all this and dunk it? Did they get it? They did
get it. I was a little surprised they didn't go for the right just to get the quick checkpoint there, since the other team was coolered, but maybe they just hadn't thought about that. Bobby and Glue looking to already start holding that forward space, keeping ROLLIE from getting near the checkpoint. The heavy edit looking to probably just try and get cooler online, just to help their teammates be able to play more aggressively and faster. Zuka coming out, not able to find anything, but two down, one, but with cooler out for ROLLIE.
What got those two players? I mean, we've been seeing instances of ROLLIE players just evaporating in clusters with each other. So it could just be like a spacing issue that's being taken advantage of by some of these, like a bomb or something from the side of ULTRAKRILL. But right now, Glue stuck in a very small sliver of ink as they try to hold on to this checkpoint. There's no way you're going to force your way up top there, especially if all your players left alive. Back up a little bit right there, but instead they try to force it, push over. They don't get the checkpoint.
Yeah, definitely a rough situation to be in. This is a hard map to find that forward momentum on. I still don't know why they changed the uninkable, because I think once you're there, it's too fast now, personally. I think it was better before, but that's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, sometimes things are just fine, and that's how they have to be, and everything's fine.
Unfortunately, the team named This Is Fine is not playing this week. Otherwise, that would be the perfect combo right there. Was
their image the little dog on fire guy?
Yes, it was.
That's good, as it should be.
Could you have asked for a better placement of that Rainmaker? The worst place to die, right next to the right checkpoint, and basically a tie game right here.
Yeah.
As the Rainmaker will get popped, though, by ULTRAKRILL, but they need to desperately add to this lead with 2 minutes to go.
They do, and they need it out of that corner ASAP, because you can get too many points too quickly if somebody sneaks by. They did choose to grab it. I think that was a good choice on their part. Looks like they might try and sneak some quick points on right, but it looks more like they're stuck in mid and just don't know where to go, especially with that crab tank coming out. It's going to be hard for them to break in here. They don't have a lot of specials to play with. I guess they're going to need to rush for that Booyah Bomb and hope the Zuka hits shots, because that's sometimes what you need, is just for your Zuka to cause some chaos, and they do manage to take out the 52. The Dooley looking to move forward.
So ROLLIE was hoping that ULTRAKRILL was going to make a move, and they never did. They literally just stayed back and just absorbed all the specials that didn't do anything. And now they are starting to move along this right side and get some pretty decent number of points on top of it. So a very patient push. They add to their lead. It's not a very substantial add to their lead, but they did bleed like 45 seconds off the clock. But here we go. ROLLIE trying to make a response right now. Dynamo with the Rainmaker, and they look to be just as patient now, trying to wait for that opening. And before they decide, do I go to the right? They basically just have to touch the uninkable to get lead if they go to the right. But the left side is not there either. Push shut down yet again. However, Soda was in their system. They're all back and ready to go.
Yeah, but now Soda's in ULTRAKRILL system, and they won't hesitate to move forward with that. Heavy Edit looking to probably just make sure they stay alive here to keep their teammates alive and able to jump back in after they likely go down with their cooler. Whale coming out, applying a lot of pressure throughout mid. Probably not going to find anything. This is not a map where it tends to get the most value. Edit trying to find the pick onto Pyre there, but not going to quite be able to thanks to that splash wall going... Oh, no, they didn't go down. I thought they were going to go down to that strike. They survived.
They might.
They will.
They're not going to go down to the hammer. It's gone. The Booyah Bomb's out of the way, but guess what? There's one special ready to go, and it's the most BS special that we still have, and it's Zuka, but none of those Zukas, and they're able to connect. But just being stuck in this corner for such a long time is not a winning play.
No.
It does keep you safe for now, but eventually they're just going to swarm on top of you. ULTRAKRILL gets the win, and they are up 3-1 and getting control of home field advantage because they lost game 1.
Yeah, that's a huge deal. This really changes the balance of the game. Now, if it bounces back and forth with counter picks again, they have the advantage for the last game. They're also probably feeling pretty confident because, I mean, I would feel pretty confident in their shoes. Those were 2 solid games and one of them on their counter pick.
It could be. Also, welcome in all the Raiders from Keo. You're watching grand finals of Low Ink. ULTRAKRILL versus all I ever wanted was a ROLLIE. Cooler than a snowman with that ice all on me.
I did see Miss Popgun's tweet. I'm already hearing that song quite a bit.
She won't have to deal with it. As I said earlier, I watched it over the weekend, that song for the first time. It is mid at best, and I'm not afraid to say it. I would much rather listen to Black Beatles or Power Glide, a song like that, than that kind of... I mean, Rolexes are cool, but it's whatever.
They're neat. I don't know. I get right now I'm doing an internship at a historic museum, so I get to see some pretty cool old stuff, which is very fun.
Rolexes at your historic museum?
No, but there's some other cool old stuff in there. And I used to work in an archive where I used to handle an old Civil War nurse's uniform.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not my sometimes you get to do fun things with a history degree, and sometimes you don't.
I'm trying to think of a clever way to segue that.
Yeah. Well, this set won't be a medieval manuscript anytime soon. Maybe? I don't know.
I have some unfortunate news for me in Inkfair. The players have realized you can post GIFs in Battlefield chat.
Oh, that's always bad when they realize that.
I've been looking for the counter pick, instead have been met with somebody. They're pushing a seal into the water or something like that. So this has gone off the rails a little bit.
They're up past their bedtime. They're overtired. The GIFs are what's giving them energy. They're important.
So if we dig through a bunch of nonsense, we do find there is a counter pick of Clam Blitz at Inkblot Art Academy. So it's not tower control, mind you.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different.
I can accept it. I still think it gets way too stally, but I can accept it.
Getting way too stally. It could be.
It's a map where you either see a huge push or you see one push to 80 in the whole game.
And... is this the first time we've seen all 4 modes in a set? It could be.
Likely could be. I do love that we're seeing all 4 modes. That does make me happy.
And do keep in mind, if ROLLIE does win this one, Game 5 will be in the favor of ULTRAKRILL, who did lose.
And they'll be able to pick whatever.
And if ULTRAKRILL wins this set, we will play one more set after this to determine who is the ultimate champion forever. If ROLLIE wins the next 2, we are going to give you guys the special announcement that we promised you that everyone in the community is going to want to keep their eyes on at the end of this one. So you guys win either way. You either get more Splatoon or you get the awesome announcement.
And you get the awesome announcement after the other set, to be clear, by the way, if it goes to that.
The odds of me singing more songs that I've just learned that I think everyone in chat is not happy about me doing.
No, I think you should do it more.
It's the punishment for ROLLIE if they keep losing. They have to deal with it.
That seems like a fair punishment.
So they've been rolling with Dynamo and Art Academy, Clam Blitz. They've been rolling specifically with the cooler one because I think that's, you still need cooler. I don't even know what the other one is.
It's chumps.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, so they're gonna probably stay with the cooler one.
There's just some horrible kits in this game.
There
yeah,
sure
they got the
are.
cooler. Okay, we're not changing anything
no.
either side.
No,
Fair
these
enough.
teams don't believe in changing their comps. They run what they run. Why would they touch it? It works. Leave it alone.
It's up to you to stop us. And, well...
Oh! Bobby's out for blood.
Yeah, Bobby says, all right, I'm just going to splat somebody in the first 5 seconds along the right side, come back, get some soda, and start keeping the aggression up.
One of the most interesting differences I notice between the high and low level play right now to me is where people put their coolers. Like, high level teams put them so much further forward from their players.
Fair enough. You know, I don't... Is there, like, a readily available cooler guide? Because, like, I know there's, like, some spots...
there's no available cooler guide at all.
Because I know there's some spots
Somebody
where
could
it's
do
like...
it.
If you put a cooler right here, the catch radius of those things, like, you could be so far away. Like,
Yeah.
you could be on the other side of the wall. And, like,
Yeah, it
get
gets
in some
silly.
spots. But I don't think, yeah, there's, like... I
not.
would be surprised if there is, but it's not, like, well...
It would be nice if
popularized.
somebody felt like making it, or at least spreading it around. But yeah, I will say that, like, usually you want to move your... What I personally think with cooler is that you want to put it where your teammates are going to move into, rather than
Yeah.
trying to put it where they are.
Disengage to come back and get it, like we did
Yeah.
see right there. But right now, ULTRAKRILL trying to find the way past the ink wall right there, throws up one of their own, as they do have control mid and some clams to work with. Just need to find a way to break through the wall.
Yeah, they do have that Booyah Bomb ready. They're close to a cooler. Their Wiper has gone down, but they probably have QR on. They're a Wiper. The cooler is out. This should allow them to start playing pretty aggressively. They've got all 4 members. Bazooka just finished. They should be in a position to really consider moving forward here, especially with that pick from Bobby. Bobby's done an excellent job at being a knife to just help them get in.
And they got the hammer ready to go, just to at least chase some players out. Did they just, like, hammer over players and
It
not get the
does seem
splat?
like
the hell
it.
was that?
You know, there are some things that never change, and one
I
of
thought
them
they fixed
is...
that.
Well, they mostly fixed it. It's better than it was. Hammer. Oh, Hammer. What a special.
Well, it was...
He tries.
It was a push.
It was a good idea to use the hammer. I think they had the right idea. Hammer just disagreed with it.
And it was a push that just got stopped. Almost because
Yes.
of it right now. But still halfway across the game. Nothing's happened. We just kind of traded control.
It's
wanna,
ink
like...
block clams.
Yeah. Yeah,
This is what it is.
Hey, you can't say this isn't exciting, though. I mean...
Well,
I want to see numbers change. It's the answer. Show me a push.
Okay, so where are we on ULTRAKRILL side of the map? Yeah, so we're
Yeah.
seeing ROLLIE trying to be the more aggressive. That is bull crap. I'm sorry.
Okay.
but it does open up the door
Yeah.
for
It
ULTRAKRILL
lets
to
them
get
get
out
that.
of the base.
It gets them back in mid, which is great. But now their Wiper's taken out, so they lost their knife to break through with. And the 52 gal's back, so now they're on flat again. But the other team isn't going to move. But right now, we're not going to see ROLLIE move forward because they don't feel comfortable enough in mid. And so we're just going to stay here some more. Oh, maybe with strikes. Maybe.
Well, I was about to
Oh.
say they had another special ready to go, but they lost their dualies before they could get Crab ready. So and then,
we're going to see a push.
Yeah, I don't know why ROLLIE was trying to go to push up in there like that. They lost their last special they had ready. They should have just backed off and hold control mid. They make the mistake, and ULTRAKRILL is going to punish them for it, possibly in the game with the score they got right here. Glue,
Yeah.
they realize Glue is still up here because they're throwing a lot of resources at it.
Yeah, they know Glue's here. Glue's trying to jump out, not going to quite be able to make it in time. It's still, in theory, possible for ROLLIE to do this. It's still pretty possible. It's just, it took anyone 4 minutes to make a push. So, my faith in them to get a push done in a minute isn't that high. Especially since ULTRAKRILL knows they just need to hang back and play safe.
Pyrex trying to stay alive right here and burning some specials yet again. But they have the burning specials just to get out of their own spawn is the thing. And they're not going to have soda. Dynamo just got erased it. Here's this Crab that's not going to survive long enough to get popped. And now things are starting to fall apart yet again. There's no power clam online for ULTRAKRILL, but they are at least doing a lot of damage to the economy of the side of ROLLIE. And finally get a power clam ready to go and some damage done on the scoreboard. But the worst thing you could do if you're ULTRAKRILL right now is get wiped.
Is essentially what just happened?
It could be if this edit doesn't stay alive with the... Okay, about to say, that's the spot you want to go to. But yeah,
Crab's chasing them out of it.
Maybe a mistake by ULTRAKRILL that might get punished here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have necessarily gone for a push if I were them, just because it is such a risky position. They don't manage to get the power clam, and the Dynamo's under the basket. They need one clam. They don't need a lot now, though, and that's the wipeout. Will they be able to find more clams in time, though? Oh, it's the jump. Yeah.
ROLLIE makes the punishment on ULTRAKRILL that didn't really have much of a business going up there and continuing the push. It would have been nice, yes.
It would have.
To pop the basket and add to the lead, but they didn't have a lot of clams to follow it up with, so they didn't really get a ton of points added to their lead. And on top of it, they just sacrificed. They just like held forward and got splattered across the board.
Yeah.
The worst thing you could have done. Both teams made massive mistakes.
Yeah.
It was both of them pushing when they should not have.
Yeah. That's Clamblitz Inkling. It does show you that mistake more than any other map will. It will point out, hey, you tried to do a dumb push. You can't fake a push on Clamblitz Inkling, usually. There are rare exceptions. But usually you can't fake a push on Clamblitz Inkling.
So yes, ULTRAKRILL does get control of the counterpick in Game 5, but what's going to be in the back of their minds is like, damn, we should have won that one. We should be moving on to the bracket reset right now. So that is a huge momentum swing into the favor of ROLLIE that is now one game away from ending this one. ULTRAKRILL trying to force the bracket reset as it was just right there for the taking. So the counter pick is going to come in at some point. And just like that, after that game, surprisingly, all the gifts have disappeared from the chat as things have gotten a little bit more serious for both teams.
Game 5s tend to bring that out. I've definitely seen a few teams that even in Game 5s, there's some shenanigans in there, but it's usually one-sided at that point.
Hey, this is low ink. There's no time for shenanigans.
Oh, I've seen shenanigans in low ink before.
Oh, no. There's never once in the million years of this tournament has there ever been shenanigans.
Sometimes you have to stay so silly. Sometimes you have to stay so silly to be able to do things.
So
sometimes
silly.
staying silly is how you win. Because then they can't get in your head if you're staying silly.
That's true. That is true.
But it could just be happening in team chats rather than directly in Battlefight now. They don't want to be silly with each other anymore. It's serious with each other now.
Oh boy. And we're still waiting on a counter pick to come out from ULTRAKRILL. So so they've won on tower control and Rainmaker.
Yes.
So they're picking splat zones. That is a legal counter pick for them.
Yeah.
However, they have not looked good on splat zones the last 3 times they've played splat zones. So
this time for sure.
This time for sure.
Especially against the Dynamo on Mahi Mahi. You know, the map where everything can hang out above you and the Dynamo can paint the zone in one flick.
So that is the one thing, right? Because you look at counter picks, you're like, okay, it's not just what can we do good, what can we do to kind of throw them off a bit. And yeah, Dynamo, especially when it lowers down, it's just like a giant flat surface.
Yeah.
The arcing surprise over a Dynamo might not be super as effective, but so maybe that's the decision they're coming with here on this particular map and mode. And keep in mind, we got a surprise for all of you. All you idiots in chat get a nice little treat at the end of this tournament, which could be right now if ROLLIE were to find a way to win this one. However, ULTRAKRILL, and I don't know why they're taking their time readying up like any of these 8 players are going to change their weapons, but
no, it's to take a second to breathe. It's to take a second to regroup. It helps you calm your nerves. I am one of the people that is very guilty of doing this in tournaments. Oh, yeah. I regularly would need to be like, no, I'm taking the full time. I'm getting up from my desk. I'm walking around my apartment a little bit. I'm taking a breather. I'll be back. Leave me alone until it starts. If
we had lost or it was like a back and forth win, I would not ready up until the timer right now. If we just like stole a win from the other team or just like KO'd them really quick, I would ready up immediately because like I want to catch you. I want to like ride that wave of momentum, and sometimes you would see teams do it. Yeah. Like I don't want you to breathe kind of thing.
Yeah, you want to ice the other team, or you don't want to ice yourself. You want the other team to feel bad.
Yeah.
But also if there's the element of you could ice the other team, just make them wait. Just do it.
Oh, here we go.
I used to assistant coach a lot of volleyball, and icing out servers is a big thing in volleyball.
Oh yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I can believe that.
It's
And
really easy to get into players' heads. That's the summary of this.
you can't get into these players' heads though, because they're both having a good time. It's gonna come down to this though, at least as far as this set wins. ROLLIE wins, the tournament is theirs. ULTRAKRILL wins, we're going to a bracket reset. No changes from either team. We're sticking with the Dynamo and the Glugas. Two unconventional weapons. One of them's going to win low ink.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see which one it is. I still like seeing that heavy edit here. I think it's a good weapon. I think that this is one of Dynamo's best maps, probably. So I still am a little confused as to why they picked it. But that's how it goes sometimes. Cooler's coming out here on the side of ROLLIE, but not going to be able to help them that much, as we see ULTRAKRILL playing cleanup, playing fast, and able to find the picks they need to keep this going. Cooler themselves, so anyone that's gone down will be right back with those specials.
Zuka ready to go from the side of ULTRAKRILL as well, being very patient with it, waiting for the right time, eliminates the Dynamo before any Coolers can come out. Pyrex trying to stay alive to back up and support some support down for the Crab that's going to be popped on the right side along with the Booyah Bomb. And somehow the zone does flip back into ROLLIE's favors. They get a couple of splats on top of it.
Yeah, ROLLIE doing an excellent job of just moving forward explosively when they did find the picks they needed. Doing a great job of not hesitating. Such a key aspect in these maps is moving up before your enemy has the chance to react to what you've done, and they are doing a great job of communicating with each other to make that happen. Bobby gonna try and probably be the knife again with this Cooler. Gonna be looking to find any pick they can as they run forward, attempting to find Jenny, not able to.
So they did have Cooler, so that's why they didn't pop their hammer right there. They're like, let's die so we can get the hammer back and try to make a play without it. Instead, though, everybody's falling apart for ULTRAKRILL. This tournament's looking like it's starting to end right here. Blues being the last player left alive. And now, unless they can find a way to be a little bit patient, they're not going to be specials to work with other than this Zuka. The Zuka has to make some sort of miracle play, which it's prone to doing before. There's two shots, getting nothing. One more is going to be fired straight down. Does get a splat. Two players go down. Is it going to be enough to get there in time? They get wiped out and still win anyway. All I ever wanted was a ROLLIE. You don't get that, but you get a low ink trophy instead.
That's pretty good. A low ink trophy's pretty solid. Always got to be proud of yourself whenever you accomplish something like this, and especially since you now can never play it again. You've lost your privileges.
Just frames away. They got wiped out on top of the zone, but they didn't have enough painted power left alive to get there and flip it back into their favor. And ULTRAKRILL, that's why the mistake in the Clan Blitz game comes back to bite them, because who cares if you got counter pick control in game 5 when you had an opportunity to force it right then and there. That mistake is going to haunt them for the next month. But still, the pickup team, all I ever wanted was a ROLLIE. Nicely done. Nicely played by them as they win another Splat Zones game. But they bounced back. They reverse swept ULTRAKRILL in winners finals. They won 2 straight to close it out here in grand finals against the same team.
They did an incredible job. They played really well off of each other, and they made unconventional weapons work thanks to knowing how to play into their strengths, which is such an important thing to know. It's important to know how every weapon in the game works so that you can be ready for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's low ink.
That's low ink.
What a fantastic run. In winter side, everything from round 3 on went to a game 5.
That's incredible. That's the dream. That's the dream right there.
We saw some unconventional weapons. We saw some silly things in Battlefly chat.
As you should.
And we had a lot of people mute the stream as soon as I started singing. So good things across the board.
Truly.
All right. I promised something. I teased that we were going to do something cool. Before we do that, Nox, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube at NoxRaven42. I need to do some more interviews again, but I have a few of them up on YouTube, so please check them out.
You can find me on my Twitch channel, PopGun25, doing the Popcast tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, recapping what you just saw and possibly talking about this announcement that you are about to see right now.